It is game day. We got the Broncos and Bengals throwing down in 60 minutes. We're going to have a watch party with everyone here, so appreciate all of you guys for tuning in right from the start. Welcome on into the Broncos Breakdown by Chat Sports. I'm your host, Matthew Peterson, watching the end of the Chargers-Patriots game, which is absolute butt kicking. The Chargers have secured a playoff spot. So if the Broncos win in a few hours, there will be 3 AFC West representatives, with the Chiefs already controlling the number 1 seed, and the Broncos and the Chargers and potentially the Broncos getting seeds 6 and 7. So who you got for this one? Broncos or Bengals? I think we've all seen at this point that history is pointing to Denver. The last time the Broncos clinched a playoff spot back in 2015, it was when they beat the Bengals after losing the previous week 34-27. So if history repeats itself, which it often does, we're going to have a 10-win Broncos team by the end of the night, and they will have clinched the final playoff spot in the AFC. If not, then Week 18 gets pretty interesting, where it could be win and you're in yet again, or lose and you might be out. We'll have to see how the other games go over the remaining games for Week 17 and Week 18. But let me know who you got right now. I'm going to give some shout-outs here between the Broncos and the Bengals. Ty Man the Buckeye, great to see you getting DEN. Trent is in the chat, as is Garrett. We got all the usual suspects hanging out with us so far. Trent getting a lucky hat on. Put lucky socks on for me too, because right now the Broncos are about to fly real close to the sun, with them being 1 win away for 3 weeks and losing last week in LA on a short week on the road. Good Chargers team. I can accept that, right? But it's not going to be any easier in my eyes on the road against the Bengals, which not as good as Cincinnati record-wise, but firepower-wise, they can hang with the best of them. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, who, by the way, is active. Like, those are 3 guys that can put up points in a hurry, and if Bo Nix can't go touchdown for touchdown with them, we could be in trouble. So we'll talk more about the game and kind of the analysis and the preview of it, but right off the bat, I do want to get your predictions in the comment section below, while I give a quick shout out to our friends over at Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash during Pickmas. Prize Picks now offers Venmo and MasterCard for quick and easy deposits and withdrawals into your account this season. So here are my selections for today's game. Taking the more on Bo Nix at rushing plus receiving touchdowns at 0.5. He's been known to scamper into the end zone, so why not live on the wild side? Got the more on Joe Burrow at half an interception, because PS2 will be his daddy, and then more on Courtland Sutton for 5.5 receptions. So if you like these selections, I invite everyone right now to download the Prize Picks app. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. All of that information is in the comments and description of today's video. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. So, let's talk a little bit about this game right here, because I think this game is going to come down to number 1 versus number 2, which is just kind of like a very fitting narrative, right? The number 1 receiver on the Bengals and then the number 1 cornerback on the Broncos, Pat Surtain, going up against each other, because if PS2 bottles up Jamar Chase, then it's going to be tough sledding for Joe Burrow. And the Bengals offense has to be the way they win this game, because their defense is one of the worst in the National Football League. So if PS2 starts to lock down Jamar Chase, then Bo Nix in this offense can put up just enough points to kind of outscore what's a very loaded firepower offensive group in Cincinnati, knowing that the Bengals defense are not world beaters and you can move the ball pretty easily on them, given that Trey Hendrickson, who it's pretty mind-boggling, the edge rusher for the Bengals, leads the NFL in sacks, and as a team, they are bottom 10 in sacks. I can't really compute that, right? I think it would kind of be like in baseball, if you've got the NL or AL home run leader, and as a team, you are like bottom 5 in home runs. Like, how can that actually happen where the rest of the guys are just that bad? But Hendrickson makes up about 50% of their pass rush. So if you have Garrett Bowles, which you will, putting him on an island and locking him down for, 4 quarters, then Bo Nix is going to have all day in the pocket to find his receivers, hit up the open man, move the ball down the field, which we saw a ton of from Nix from like weeks 3 to weeks like 10, 11-ish, right? And then that Browns Monday night game, great touchdown pass over the middle to Marvin Mims, but that's kind of when the turnovers started to pick up again. 2 interceptions that game, 3 interceptions the next game, and you're like, all right, we might have a little bit of a problem here, but hopefully he can kind of settle in with a really good offensive line protecting him. We got producer Reed in the house here. Reed, appreciate you coming back a little bit early from our, holiday break, if you will, for a Saturday game. But I'm pumped for this matchup because when the NFL released the Saturday schedule, I was a little surprised they even included the Patriots in this. They had 5 games to pick from, so 3 out of the 5. They left out the Colts-Giants game and Falcons-Commanders. They put Falcons-Commanders on Sunday night, which is probably a good idea given the implications for Atlanta fighting for a playoff spot and the Commanders, who, by the way, could sneak all the way to the top of the NFC East. If they win out and the Eagles drop Week 17 against the Cowboys and Week 18 against the Giants, which, just for talking NFL for a moment, if they beat the Cowboys, they secure the NFC East. Reed, as a Philadelphia Eagles fan, let me ask you this question. Would you rather win Week 18 against the Giants in a meaningless game when it comes to seeding, or lose and prohibit the Giants from getting the number 1 overall draft pick and selecting the quarterback of the future?
Can I go
I'm going to put that option out there.
Can I go with option C?
Nope. It's A or B. Which, by the way, I'm not 100% certain that if they win this week on Sunday, tomorrow, they can't improve or worsen their playoff seeding. But let's just say they were locked into the 2 seed. They can't get the 1 seed, but they're going to be better than the 3 seed coming out of the NFC West or the NFC South. They were locked into the 2 seed. Would you want them to lose that game, and then the Giants don't get pick number 1 in the draft?
Yeah.
It would be like
hilarious.
It would be the most divisional backstabbing thing to do of, yeah, we're going to make sure that you can't take 5 steps forward, even if it costs us a tiny half step back.
So my option C is...
Which I've already vetoed, but go ahead.
Saquon Barkley breaks the rushing record, Eric Dickerson's rushing record.
No, that has nothing to do.
That's option C.
That's no.
I want that to happen.
That's not option C. That's just a different plan altogether. All right, we got a lot of people in the chat already. 200 plus watching. Appreciate you guys for filing on in. Make sure to like the video. We're at 49 likes, so hit that thumbs up button. Trying to get up to 100 likes. When we get to 100 likes, we're going to pick someone out of the chat for a free entry for our raffle, which we will do at the 2-minute warning in the 4th quarter. It's a Pat Surtain jersey. If you already have a PS2 jersey, I can talk to Santa and maybe pull some strings and get like a Bo Nix jersey or whichever one you prefer. But $5 super chat to enter that raffle guaranteed. $10 super chat, and we're kind of still in the holiday spirit here. We'll give you 4 raffle entries. So buy 1, buy 2, get 2 free, whatever the math is on that one. And every 100 likes, if you're unable to super chat, not an issue at all. We'll pick someone out of the chat for free to get added to this Pat Surtain jersey raffle. And again, if you already have a PS2 jersey and you're like, I still kind of want to participate, not an issue. I'm sure we can make it work for whichever player you would like to get in any size. We got our first super chat coming in from AFX Apocalypse. Longtime viewer here at Chat Sports, as the Chargers, by the way, are not just pulling away from the Patriots, but they have won this game. I don't even think, why is Ladd McConkey still in? But anywho, it's 37-7 Chargers over the Patriots. So we'll peek at the playoff picture in just a moment. AFX, Carson Beck, you are a Cleveland Brown. No, I don't think, actually, I think Carson Beck is out of eligibility. He's a sneaky old college player because he sat for like 2 years at Georgia, I'm pretty sure. No, Carson Beck, he sucks. And no one should draft him because then you'd be drafting like Stetson Bennett, who also sucks. So this is a bad idea for any NFL team out there. Salvatore, Pat Surtain, or Sauce Gardner. I was adamant from the start, and I have not wavered whatsoever. Give me PS2 over Sauce Gardner every single day of the week. I mean, not to be a total fanboy and just get on my knees for the guy, but one thing I really admire about Pat Surtain's game is his ability to be perfect, and that sounds really simping here, but at every single aspect of the cornerback job. You want him to be a playmaker, you want him to have ball skills, not a problem. He's got 2 pick sixes in his career, and he's a second, fourth career interception season. All right? You want him to be an absolute Revis type of island corner, not a problem. Guys get completely locked away when they go up against him. He makes tackles. I guess you could be critical and say he's not someone you often blitz off the edge to sack the quarterback, but that's fine. I got Jaquan McMillan for that. So here's what the playoff picture looks like with the incoming Chargers win. I'm just going to give it to them 6.5 minutes early. Right now, Denver is on a collision course to play the Buffalo Bills. So if the Steelers, the Broncos can't pass the Steelers, but if they can't pass the Bengals, Chargers. So yeah, Denver. No, that's not true. I guess if Denver wins the next 2 games and the Chargers or Steelers lose. Am I doing the math right here? Yeah. If the Broncos win the next 2 games and Pittsburgh, and if they end this week all 10-6 and Denver wins week 18 and one of those 2 teams loses in week 18, which the Chargers, by the way, play the Raiders and the Steelers play the Bengals. So if Denver wins the next 2 and either the Bengals beat the Steelers next week or the Raiders beat the Chargers, which the Bengals seems plausible, the Raiders-Chargers one does not. There is a chance Denver could jump up 1 wild card spot. And I don't even know if it's actually that much of an improvement to go from playing at Buffalo versus at Baltimore. Either way, you're playing the number 1 voter or the number 2 voter when it comes to MVP votes this year. Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. Pick your poison. I'd probably go with Josh Allen, and I just say that because my small, dumb brain goes, Broncos beat Bills last year. Broncos lose to Ravens this year. Let's avoid their losing the Ravens path again. So I would say Denver at 7 might be even better than Denver at 6 when it comes to an actual ideal matchup for the way Denver's roster is constructed. But feel free to disagree with me in the chat. So let me know. Who would you rather? I mean, drop the Pittsburgh. Let's just all audible this right now because we can change that from Pittsburgh to Buffalo. Houston would be ideal, but you would need to win the next 2, and the Chargers and Steelers both lose next week, giving Denver 11 wins on the season. And I just don't see both those teams losing. One possibly, both unlikely, parlayed with Denver winning the next 2 games. So you got a lot of asking for here in this situation. But everyone's going to say the Texans. Yeah, me too. I put that on there because it is technically possible. But to me, it's either going to be the Bills or the Ravens. And I think I'd probably rather play Buffalo because we saw how horribly it went the last time they played the Ravens. It's tough to beat a team twice in a season, but neither one's a very easy option, right? If you pick the Ravens, I can't say you're dumb for that because why would you pick Josh Allen and the Bills? Well, because I don't want to pick Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. So, either way, I wouldn't say you're screwed, but either way, it's a tough matchup. So it's not an ideal path, but that's kind of the result of losing a couple of games early on in the year that I would say you should have won, but ones you look back on and go, damn, if the way the Broncos are playing right now played earlier this season, we could be having a little bit of a different conversation right about now. Before we get any further in our pregame show, I just want to publicize that we are going to be live here at Chat Sports for all the college football playoff games. So if you are looking for a watch party, just like the one you're watching right now, for one of these playoff games, feel free to subscribe to Chat Sports. The link is flashing at the bottom of the screen. So if you want to hang out with another Chat Sports host and watch the game with them, if you don't have the capability to watch the game on your own, or you just want to throw them on your phone, tablet, computer, whatever, feel free to do so. Just subscribe to Chat Sports. The mothership has about 400, almost 1,000 subscribers. So it's our largest channel here under the Chat Sports umbrella. Would appreciate everyone for going over there and supporting us as well. Reed, do you want to give some predictions along with me? And I invite everyone watching to do the same for these games.
I like it.
Kind of rapid fire here. Oregon, Ohio State. I picked
Oregon.
Oregon to win it all before the year. I picked them to win it when the bracket came out.
Yep.
After my Volunteers were slayed by the Buckeyes. You're welcome, Ty Man. The Buckeyes might be the best team in the country. Like, the Buckeyes are probably the second best team in the country.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say the Ducks or.
No, I think the Ducks are the best team in the country. I think the Buckeyes are the second best team.
Okay.
And we saw how close Ohio State was to beating Oregon in Eugene a few months ago. Neutral site. I think it's a bit of a coin flip.
I would agree with
this
that.
Is, I think, the best two teams in the country.
I would agree with that.
If Ohio State was playing Georgia on January 1st, I'd pick the Buckeyes. Same goes if they were playing Boise State or Texas or any other team ahead of them right now. So I'm going to stick with Oregon just because I can't in good conscience pick Ohio State after what happened last week when I went to Columbus. But don't sleep on the Buckeyes.
I agree.
If you are looking to sound like a different man in the room when it comes to the consensus picks, Ohio State could be a good one. Arizona State, Texas. I've got Texas in this one here. I just don't have much faith in the Sun Devils for their Cinderella story to continue.
I agree. I was at the Clemson-Texas game. They're a good team.
Yeah.
They're a good team.
And Notre Dame, Georgia, no Carson Beck for the Dogs, but Georgia always has a really good roster, and Kirby Smart, one of the best coaches, he'll get his guys ready even with their backup quarterback in. I don't really respect Notre Dame. I just don't think they are capable of winning it all, but they are capable of winning a big game. Well, yeah, we'll say that. So, give me the Fighting Irish. I'll go Notre Dame.
I'm going Georgia. I watched that Notre Dame game. Nothing special. Them against Kirby Smart and anybody on that Georgia team.
Yeah.
It's tough to go against it. It's going to be a good game, but I think for the first half it'll be a good game, and then I think the second half Georgia's going to take it away.
I'm going to go with the upset. I think it's going to be upset. I haven't seen the Vegas line just yet. I'm taking Boise State over Penn State. I know you're a Pennsylvania, Penn State guy, but give me the Broncos. Let's just keep that trend going for the whole day right now. I'm taking Ashton Genty to knock off James Franklin.
I am a Penn State fan, so I'm nervous about this game. I'm still going to take Penn State, only because, yes, I know James Franklin doesn't win big games, but he's used to being there. I think Boise State being there, it's going to be a lot. It's a very nerve-wracking game, though, because it's hard to stop Ashton Genty. But I don't know. They're going up against Abdul Carter as well. So
if the bracket kind of unfolds like I think it will, we're going to have either Oregon, Ohio State, or Texas playing Notre Dame or Boise State. That natty is going to be a blowout. It'll be like Alabama, Notre Dame, and was 2012. I mean, there have been a lot of blowouts in the college football playoffs, so it's not new to this year. Historically, all the semifinal games are blowouts, right? Alabama or Clemson either blows the other one out or blows someone else out, like Notre Dame, like Cincinnati. So it's not a new phenomenon for the college football playoff to be a little bit of a dud for some of the games leading up to the championship. We got 30,236 subscribers. Thank you guys so much for hopping aboard. If you have not subscribed yet, make sure you go ahead and do so, giving you guys free content. We're also 20 likes away from 100. Remember, every 100 likes, and we'll say every 100 subscribers as well, we are going to give away a free entry for our Pat Surtain jersey raffle. So if you would like to get that jersey, hit that thumbs up button, and you might get selected out of the chat. If you want to guarantee a spot in that raffle, $5 Super Chat gets you one entry. $10 Super Chat will give you 4 entries. Okay, so that's kind of what we have going on today. Let's talk a little bit about this Broncos-Bengals matchup while you guys get your score predictions in down below, because for me, this game I think is really going to come down to, like, from an X's and O's standpoint, the ability to limit Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, right? If we're talking true football nuance here, what's it going to take in between the lines? If those guys go off like they've been doing for much of the year, you're going to be asking Bo Nix to get into a shootout with Joe Burrow. I'll say the quiet part out loud that no one wants to admit. I would not pick Bo Nix in a shootout over Joe Burrow. I know the Bengals have lost a lot of games this year, despite having all that offensive firepower, but I don't want to put Nix in that situation. So if Denver's defense and their secondary especially can slow down those top 2 wide receivers, I love the Broncos' chances of winning this game. If I see the first drive go for 30 yards for Jamar Chase and 25 yards for T. Higgins, I'm going to be a little worrisome. So Higgins is battling an injury, but he is going to go. Riley Moss coming back from his knee injury, he is going to go. So those two guys both battling injuries, as I expect them to go up against one another for much of the afternoon. When it comes to like a non-X's and O's thing, but just a surface level thing, it's a pretty new Broncos roster compared to like 2015. There's no one left over, right? Yeah. Mentally, can they get over the hump? Right? They had an opportunity to clinch a playoff spot last week. Didn't happen. They have an opportunity this week. Didn't happen. It's kind of like in NHL or NBA playoffs when you're up 3-1 in the series. You can lose a game, but every single game you lose and it gets closer to being 3-3 in Game 7, mentally it starts to really stack up. And I think we're going to see something similar here, which we hardly ever see / never see in the NFL because there's no series. But it really feels like the Broncos going into last week on Thursday night were up 3-1 in the series. Win one of your last 3 games, and you are in. And they lost the game. Okay, it's 3-2. They lose this game, it's 3-3. And it's a very different mood than it was at 3-1, despite nothing changing from a clinching standpoint. So I'm fascinated to see mentally where this team is at after the loss last week and the opportunity this week to yet again clinch a playoff spot. Is the moment going to be too big for them? We'll find out. If they were to lose, though, it makes Week 18 very important because then the Bengals would be 1 win away and 1 Broncos loss away from potentially sneaking into the playoffs. We could have a 3-way tie at 9-8, which makes things a little bit complicated, but let's not focus on that. Let's just focus on taking care of business. All right, what were those score predictions? Florian's in the chat, 24-21 Broncos. Lisa saying Denver all the way. Adventures of Mike saying 31-17 Denver. Richard is taking 31-17 Broncos. Garrett Ringy, 30-27 Broncos. Lance, 27-24 Broncos. 3-Wide Racing, 28-14 Broncos. The toughest part about my job, I'll say, is if I don't pick the Broncos to win, I am public enemy number 1. If I don't pick them to win, which I didn't last week when they played the Chargers, and the Chargers win, no one cares about me being right that the Broncos lost. And I don't care about being right, but I just think it should add to a little bit more of the credibility when I pick Denver to win versus when I pick Denver to lose. Because if I always pick them to win, does it really give you that much confidence if I pick them to win? I would think no. But no one likes the guy, and I don't like the guy. So I'm just like you in that regard. But when you're on this side of the camera, it's a little bit different. I'm going to take... I'm torn. I really think this is going to be a tough game. I'm going to take the Broncos. Going to take the Broncos. I'm not very confident in this pick, to be honest with you. But I'm going to take Denver because of what the Broncos defense, or as John Gruden calls them, the Anonymous Crush, which I love that name, right? A little play on words from the Orange Crush. And that's something we had talked about on the channel about how if you just asked an average NFL fan, hey, name a couple guys on Denver's defense. So like easy, Pat Surtain. And then who's that guy? The edge rusher. Like that's usually where the conversation ends. Like it's not filled with star-studded talent. But you and I know Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper and Zach Allen are great pass rushers. You and I know Brandon Jones has been balling out for what they paid him. You and I know Riley Moss is having an awesome second year. You and I know that Cody Barton has been fantastic filling in for Alex Singleton. And I was on my flight this morning coming back here for this game, and I was just thinking, I don't think the season would be much different, but man, imagine if they had Alex Singleton this whole time because he was kind of the pulse of that defense, and they have not really skipped a beat since he went down, which is great to see from everyone else on that side of the ball. We got a $5 super chat rolling in from Crilly McNilly. I got Broncos 23-20. It feels like we are living in a simulation based on the similarities to last time we clinched. I do love history, and I do love in sports history when things point to, hey, the last time this happened, that happened. And the last time Denver lost, 34-27, and played the Bengals the very next week. They clinched a playoff spot. Two different worlds we were living in back then. Joe Burrow was in high school, I think, in 2015. I graduated high school in 2016, and I think Burrow is a year older than me. So maybe he was just a freshman at Ohio State. Anywho, Bo Nix was like in middle school, that's for sure. I want to believe that history is always right, and history repeats itself, and that's a good thing for Denver here. It would indicate the Broncos winning, but a lot has changed since then. And the weird thing about those fun history facts or the fun stats is the moment that is broken, no one ever revisits. Hey, remember this fun stat we found? Yeah, I guess it's null and void. Where it's like teams are 30-0 when leading at the half by 7 on the road this season. And if they lose that game, no one ever goes back and mentions, by the way, that fun stat we shared that made everyone super confident, it's over now. It's 31-7 or 30-1. So I'm with you, Mr. McNilly. Manilli. Oh, I see it's an A, not a C. Manilli, I'll say Denver wins 25-22. Give me a quirky score. Give me a 25-22 game.
I got 17-13 Broncos.
17-14 Broncos?
13.
17-13 Broncos.
Yep.
Denver's defense has been awesome for much of the year, but in the month of December, they kind of got routed by the Browns, and they definitely got routed by the Bengals.
Hold on.
So hopefully they can get back on track.
How old do you think Bo Nix is?
Bo Nix, I believe, is 24 years old.
Do you know when he turns 25?
Bo Nix's birthday, I feel like a weirdo, but I remember in the draft, Bo Nix's birthday, it was not during the season. I think his birthday was in like April or May.
February 25th.
Oh, okay.
So he's turning 25.
In February?
In February.
I knew his birthday was not during the season because, like, we would have seen a million birthday posts or something. Mr. Manilli, thank you once again for your super chat. You have been entered into our Pat Surtain jersey raffle with that $5 super. I do have to give. Go ahead.
Sorry. We also hit 100 likes.
Oh, that's awesome.
So while we tell them about our proud sponsor, Prize Picks, spam D in the comments.
Spam D for Denver as the Chargers-Patriots game is final. 40-7 LA over New England in what I think is like the second longest flight. I think the longest flight or cross-country is Miami to Seattle. That's number 1 in distance, and this one might be number 2. But quick shout-out to our friends over at Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super fun and super simple to use. I don't know about you guys, but during the holiday season, you're with a bunch of family, and they're asking you a bunch of questions if you have a girlfriend yet or how your job's going, and maybe you kind of want to tune that out. Great way to do that is to go watch some sports and then download the Prize Picks app and just pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. And we're talking about turning $10 into 1,000 times that during Pickmas. Prize Picks also offers Venmo and MasterCard for quick and easy deposits and withdrawals into your account this season. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That lineup, by the way, doesn't even need to win to get your $50. So once again, download the Prize Picks app and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. We have 111 likes from 398 people watching right now. Every 100 likes, we pick someone out of the chat for a free raffle entry for our Pat Surtain jersey raffle, which will be at the 2-minute warning of the fourth quarter. So start spamming D in the chat right now as we are about 30 minutes away from kickoff from the Queen City. There's a couple of Queen Cities. I love my U.S. geography, history, and trivia. I know Cincinnati is one, and Charlotte is another one, and I feel like there's a few more. But spam D. We're going to pick someone out of the chat. I've got Landon here, Harrison, Roundtable. Start spamming D if you would like to get a free raffle entry for our Pat Surtain jersey raffle. Ronald's on top of it, along with Ian. I've got Kevin, Carlos, Quintus. Spam D. John E., thanks for the Knicks jersey, Matt. It arrived today, and it made a great birthday. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, and happy birthday. Happy either belated birthday or early birthday. Can't quite remember which one is which or which one applies to you in this situation. But, John, so happy to hear that the jersey arrived. Spam D. We're going to pick someone in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pause it. I've got Mickey Moto 100. 6 of the 7 AFC playoff spots have been clinched. We'll revisit the playoff picture in just a moment here. Chargers are in Jim Harbaugh's first season in LA. Done a great job. And now Denver is the last team awaiting a playoff spot. So there are 4 teams jockeying for a playoff spot. You've got the Colts, the Dolphins, the Bengals, and the Broncos. Now, I know what you're thinking. Petey, don't you remember Denver beating Indianapolis? Here's the thing with head-to-head tiebreakers. They are not the first tiebreaker when you have a 3-way tie. So if the Colts, Broncos, and I think Dolphins all finish 9 and 8, it's Indianapolis that gets in. Now, if it's the Dolphins, Broncos, I can't remember the other combinations. They have a slight chance of getting in. If any of the teams below the Broncos lose a game, either today, tomorrow, I don't think anyone plays on Monday night, no, they are eliminated. If the Broncos win today, they are eliminated. All right, we got 25 minutes until kickoff here from Paycor Stadium. 472 people tuned in right now. Thank you guys so much. How about a little shout out your city right now? I got Slippy. I work at an escape room, and unfortunately, I'm here now. Glad I get to watch your stream, though. Escape rooms always sound fun ahead of time. You get in there, and you feel like the world's biggest idiot. Like, I like puzzles. Not really puzzles, but I like, challenges and activities like that. And I just inevitably end up just being like, can we just ask for a clue? Because we're going nowhere right now. Time, man. Enjoy your meal. Jim is in Denver. Harrison's in Nebraska. James in Bueno Park. Steven's in Alabama. I've got Derek in Draper, Utah. Manili is in Thornton, Colorado. Carmichael is in Tucson, Arizona. Keanu is in Hawaii. Trevor tuning in from Indiana. Look at this country. I mean, Broncos country. Like, just completely spanning the entire country right now. John's in Pittsburgh. Richard's in Cleveland. Marcus is in Orlando. We've got Colorado Springs in the house. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It's always fun to see how far and wide this fan base stretches as we gear up for a big AFC showdown. Can we peek at the playoff picture really quickly, Reed, one more time? Because I don't know about you, I just get obsessed with looking at playoff pictures, brackets. Like, I just like looking at them and just starting to map it all out in my head a little bit here. So let's just go under the assumption that nothing changes in this picture. Denver wins either today or they win next week. They are the 7 seed. They would play the Buffalo Bills. Obviously, not an easy draw, but I don't think anything, is worth complaining over here. That's what you get for winning 10 games and the Bills winning 12 or 13 games. So the Bills and the Broncos, I think, would be a better matchup than the Broncos and the Ravens. Neither one is very easy. Both teams are manned by quarterbacks who are competing for the MVP. I just feel like the way that the Ravens are constructed, with both quarterbacks in Buffalo or Baltimore being mobile guys, we saw what happened the last time Denver played Baltimore. And last year, the Broncos were able to beat the Bills. Very different team. Russell Wilson at quarterback. They had all those takeaways. But the reason why I pick the Bills over the Ravens is, and I don't have the numbers just off the top of my head to back this off, so it's a little bit of an eye test here. The Bills are a slightly more turnover-prone team than the Ravens. Denver's path to upsetting a team in the playoffs is by the defense generating takeaways. Because if it's just drive for drive, touchdown for touchdown, I don't think Bo Nix in year one is going to slay Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen in a 30-plus point shootout. So then it comes down to, all right, can Denver's defense steal a possession or two? Lamar Jackson has 3 interceptions this year, and it's not like Josh Allen turns it over a ton. But if I had to pick one quarterback to maybe cough up the football a little bit more, or one running back, James Cook or Derrick Henry, I feel like it's a slightly easier path with the Bills. Not by a ton, but slightly. So, as crazy as it might sound, I'd rather face the Bills than the Ravens. Now, if the Steelers, can we go back to the playoff picture one last time here? If the Steelers, I don't know if they are eliminated from getting into the 3 seed. But if they were to win next week against Pittsburgh, and the Ravens were to lose to the Browns, I think we might have the Steelers jump up to the 3 seed. I'm just going to do the playoff machine really quickly and run it. Because ideally, you play at Pittsburgh for just the drama, honestly. I mean, if we had Russell Wilson going up against his former team, tell me you would not love that. Yeah, if the Steelers and Ravens both finish 11-6, then it is Pittsburgh jumping up to the 3 seed. I don't think the Steelers are going to beat the Bengals and the Ravens lose to the Browns. Maybe one of those things do happen, but I doubt both happen. So I wouldn't get your hopes up too high for that possible outcome. So right now, my focus is on Buffalo and Josh Allen and the Bills. Over 500 people tuned in. We're still 20 minutes away from kickoff. If you are ready for a Broncos win, spam W in the chat. Let's just kind of get the morale up a little bit here because I feel like after Thursday night's loss and just a long wait until week 17, there's a little bit of fear and nervousness getting caked into this game here. Let's not lose sight of who this team is. It's a team, one, coming off with 3 extra days of rest compared to the Bengals. So, slight advantage for Denver in that situation. It's a team with the number 1 scoring defense in the National Football League going into last week. So, boo-hoo, they fall to 2 or 3. It's a team that has Bo Nix, who was right there with NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year. We'll see how the votes all come down at the end of the season, but there's a lot to like and there's a lot to be excited about when it comes to this team. So, I don't think there's records. No. Sorry, the records are slightly outdated. Just do one or the other. I'm feeling, I wouldn't say good, but I'm feeling ready. I don't have a, General Patton or Herb Brooks speech right now. I feel like I can't burn that for week 17. You play that card too early, and you got nothing left for week 18 or the wild card round. Subs are flying in. Hit that subscribe button down below if you are looking for a free Broncos YouTube channel. I've got Mr. Bazan in the chat. Broncos season watch for Mims. Hopefully Marvin Mims can bring some firepower, some playmaking of his own. Because with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, they'll have no issue with picking up chunks of yardage. Now, Joe Burrow has been heavily pressured this year. They are getting their left tackle, I believe, Orlando Brown back. But still, you got Zach Allen, Jonathan Cooper, and Nick Bonito, who I think Nick Bonito should quietly be in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year more, especially if he has a big game today and kind of gets his name back into the headlines. He has 11-plus sacks. He's got 2 touchdowns on the year. If those numbers were done by a more notable player, I think it'd be almost a shoo-in for Defensive Player of the Year. But because it's the anonymous crush, as John Gruden calls it, and no one really knows who these guys are outside of Pat Surtain, they're just not quite getting the attention they deserve. I'm talking from an individual aspect. Bonito's been fantastic this season. Luckily, Denver's defense does get a little healthy. I mean, not just a little healthy. For week 17, they virtually have no one on the injury report. They are as healthy as could be right now for how late in the season we are. Meanwhile, the Bengals, they had 3 times, 4 times, 5 times as many guys on the injury report as Denver did. So from a health standpoint, the Broncos definitely have an advantage in that standpoint, in that regard. And from a rest perspective, they definitely have the advantage in that regard as well. So a lot of things pointing Denver's way. The big arrow we need to see point to the Broncos is, can the defense slow down Jamar Chase and T. Higgins? Usually in football, there's a lot of things that contribute to a win or a loss. I'll shoot my shot right now and say, if those guys go off, I don't see a path for Denver winning. If those guys get limited, I don't see a path for the Bengals winning. I really do believe the route runs through those 2 receivers for Cincinnati, which means the 2 most important players on the field for Denver, Pat Surtain and Riley Moss. Those are 2 matchups that you could almost just ignore the football and just start looking downfield and see what's going on in coverage for those 2 guys. What does Vance Joseph have planned for them? Like, does he want to stick them on man-to-man the whole game? It's easy for us on our couch to say man-to-man the whole game. You know what gets exhausting? Running step for step for someone, play after play after play. Just think about it from a physical standpoint. I know these guys are all in tip-top shape, but still, over 4 quarters, you kind of need a breather every once in a while. Like, think about your old turkey bowl with, your out-of-shape high school friends. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if you're like, hey, I'm just going to rush the quarterback for a moment so I can kind of catch my breath. If you ask your corner to go man, every single play, start to finish, it's going to get taxing. And that's when you could give up a big chunk play. So how does Vance Joseph balance that? That's what I'm very excited to see. Wow, Jim Harbaugh collected a $1 million playoff bonus in his contract with the win today as the Chargers clinched a playoff berth. $1 million. Did you play Mega Millions, by the way? My godmother got me a Mega Millions ticket for Christmas, and I felt good. The number spoke to me.
I know you're the person that feels good.
I didn't pick the number, so I felt like I got a good shot at this. Like, I was starting to daydream a little bit. I was starting to map out the house. I was starting to picture it all.
You were on Zillow looking at what kind of house you could get?
I went deep. And I was refreshing at 10 p.m. Central for the numbers. And not only did I not get a single one right, I wasn't even in the same zip code of any of those numbers. It's okay. It's okay. Speaking of zip codes, let's play that game really quickly because I feel like it's a fun one. Just to kind of get morale up a little bit and not make us so tense. So if you don't know, I wouldn't say I pride myself on knowing zip codes, but I do like to take a stab at it. Put your zip code in the chat, and let's see if I can guess what state you are from. It's definitely not something I'd put on my resume, but if I was on like a game show with a team, I'd volunteer myself. It's kind of like in Family Feud at the end. What's the 60 seconds, whatever it's called? Yeah. I'd want to be a part of that. Fast round, yeah. I would want to step in there. I'd feel confident enough. All right, let's go. Here we go. I'm going to go with... I got Derek Tidwell. 8-4. No, because I saw some of these cities earlier. So I'm looking for a new name altogether. Rad Panda. 80214. I'm thinking Rocky Mountain region. Oh, this is tough now. I'm going to go, I don't want to say Colorado because I feel like that's too simple. So I'm going to say, I'm going to go with New Mexico. Final. Give me New Mexico for Rad Panda. Becky, 958. I got to go with California based on the 9 alone and the show 90210. That's what my entire assessment is based off of for Becky. And we'll do one last one here. I got, damn it, Red Panda says no. Phil, 496. 496. I'm thinking... Ohio? Final for, who did I say? Mr. 496 for Phil. Nothing gets the chat moving more than the zip code game. The zip code game gets people on their feet. If this whole YouTube thing does not work out for me, I might just make my own channel guessing zip codes. Just go live. And I think, like, as the weeks go on, I got to start narrowing it down from, like, state to city once I get really good at it. Becky, I got California. Let's go. That's one. That's one. I need Phil. Phil, I guessed Ohio for you. My second guess would be, like, West Virginia. But I got to play the odds here. The population versus, those two states are not in my favor if I go West Virginia. Nearly 800 people tuned in at the moment. If you are ready for a Broncos win, which we are just over 10 minutes away from, hit that thumbs up button. We're at 166 likes. Phil is Michigan. Fuck! One state off. I was right there. Damn. Michigan. I was in the vicinity. I was in the right time zone. If I'm in the right time zone, I'm not too upset with myself. We're at 169 likes, so no one liked the video. Bunch of pervs right now. Oh, we're at 170. Who wants to unlike it? Jamar Chase, 1,500 yards this year, single-season franchise record. The Bengals are going to be in a tough spot this offseason because they are not a very cash-friendly franchise. They don't have a business. Like, they don't have the Waltons, right? They don't have Walmart bringing in cash. They have the Bengals. Whatever the Bengals bring in, that's what the family has to spend. And I don't see a way they have the money to pay Jamar Chase, who will definitely become the highest paid receiver in football, and T. Higgins. And I know that they're going to try and sell you on it's impossible to pay a quarterback and two wide receivers. I don't know. The Miami Dolphins and Philadelphia Eagles seem to do it just fine. Tua, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle are all paid well. Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and I'll toss in Saquon Barkley for shits and giggles are all paid pretty well. Don't let owners convince you that it's not possible. That's their favorite thing to do is they push those agendas. You ever wonder, like, how does Adam Schefter or Ian Rappaport know this information? It's a give and take, right? They get information from the team, and when the team kind of needs their fan base to think one way, they put it through those guys. And that looks like that can come in a variety of fashions. But they're the ones that hit send on the tweet. And a lot of people just don't do any critical thinking and go, I'm reading this from Ian Rappaport saying that the Bengals do not believe they'll have the cap space to, afford these three players. And they go, it kind of makes sense to me. There's a cap. No. Easily manipulate the cap by pushing money down into the future. But teams don't want to do that because it requires extra cash spending for the present. Phil, we have no cap space. Lies. I mean, right now, sure, it's week 17, but next year, you want to see what the Broncos cap situation is for next year? Over the cap space, 2025, Broncos are above middle of the pack with $57 million in cap space. So they're about like the 11th or 12th spot in the NFL. So top half of the league. 1 year removed from a Russell Wilson $85 million dead cap hit. Ooh, I love it. Yeah, let's play this game. Who will score the first touchdown? If you send in a super chat with the player who scores the first touchdown for Denver, just for Denver, and they do score the first touchdown for the Broncos, we'll give you 10 raffle entries for the Pat Surtain jersey raffle. So if you can only afford a $2 super chat, you only have that kind of budget aside, not a problem. Send one in, put a player who you think is going to score the first touchdown. If they score the first touchdown, you will get a Pat, not this one, by the way. I feel like I'm like making it, giving the impression, you're not getting this jersey. That'd be kind of gross and smelly. You're getting a brand new Pat Surtain jersey in whatever size you like. Or if you already have a PS2 jersey, you can get a different player. I'm sure we can make that work. But send in a super chat with who you think scores the first touchdown as we are getting closer and closer to that 2:30 p.m. Mountain Time kickoff between the Broncos and the Bengals. And speaking of super chats, if you do enjoy the free content we provide, here is our super chat menu. If you send in a $20 super chat, we'll add you to the Mile High Club. not the one you were conceived in. It is this one right here. We got Broncos hard hat. We got a bunch of names on it like Brett R., John E., Mr. AK, VT92, Logan Carey, Kyle Beck. Just kind of glossing over here. Scott Fry. I think I saw Scott in the chat earlier. Anthony's in here as well. I've got Ed Avery, Jimbo, Bulwark TYR, KW47. There's Scott Fry, speak of the devil. As Florian is going to go with Adam Trotman for first touchdown. I like it. I like just the gutsiness in this selection. Denver's tight ends have not brought a whole lot to write home about this year. But let's go with a rare tight end sighting. I respect the nuts on you, Florian, for this one. Scott Fry with a $2 super chat as well, going with Cortland Sutton. Hey, play the hits, right? Good chance that he definitely gets the first touchdown given how popular of a target he is for Bo Nix. Nothing wrong with playing the hits. I was a top 40 guy in high school. I was not the indie radio. No. Give me the basic songs. Got to play the hits sometimes. Tim Cross with a $5 super chat. Denver will score a touchdown first. Tim, I like the overall prediction for the game. I'm going to challenge you to take it one step further. Give me a player in your next super chat who you think scores that first touchdown. But I'll go with just overall Denver scores before the Bengals when it comes to touchdowns. Trent, not a problem if you can't super chat. I don't want anyone to feel pressured or anything like that. If you're unable to, all I ask is you like and subscribe. Every 100 of those each milestones, we will get someone a free raffle entry, potentially Trent, out of the chat. We're 7 likes away from 200 likes, so we're closing in on our next free raffle entry. Can we get there in the next 10 seconds? We're 6 likes away. 7, 6, 5, 4. Not looking good. 5 likes away. Damn. It was a buzzer beater. I know. Slippy, if anyone just takes Denver's defense, you don't even have to name the specific player. I'll just give it to you if you just want to take all 11 players on D. I'll toss in special teams too on the house. If you want to take defense / special teams for first score. There we go. 211 likes. So remember, like that video. There's almost 1,000 people watching. About 80% of you have not liked the video yet. Would go a long way to help grow the channel. AFX. All right. If you're ready for a Broncos win, spam D in the chat for Denver. We'll peek AFX's super chat in just a moment. Spam D. We're going to pick someone out of the chat for a free raffle entry. I was peer pressured by PD to super chat on, what is that one you think me at the end there? On my mom. Oh, okay. AFX. There's no peer pressure. You kind of just came out of nowhere, by the way, when it comes to super chatting. AFX. What are we going to do with you? Spam D. Spam D. I'm going to pause the chat. And whichever name is at the bottom is going to get that free raffle entry in 5, 4. That was weird. 5, 4. Gotta go back to kindergarten. 3, 2, 1. Pause it. Krilly Manili. Getting a double dip. Okay. Bengals path to the playoffs. They need themselves to win out. The Broncos win out. And they need the Colts and Dolphins to lose one of their last 2 games. I don't know why, but they don't have the tiebreaker if they are in a 3-way tie at 9-8 with the Colts, Dolphins, and Broncos. So one more call for who's going to score that first touchdown. Once the game gets underway and once the Broncos offense is on the field, we can't keep taking or accepting predictions. Just not fair. We are just a few minutes away from kickoff. Let's go. Last minute score predictions right now. Give me your score predictions while I tell you about Prize Picks, our fun sponsor, which is an awesome deal for Broncos Country I am excited to tell you guys about. But first, what is Prize Picks? Well, it's the best place to get real money sports action. All you do is pick more or less on at least 2 to 6 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash during pick miss. So we'll look at my selections for this game today, and you can play along if you'd like. Taking the more on a Bo Nix rushing or receiving touchdown. I like the more on Joe Burrow at half an interception, and the more on Cortland Sutton at 5.5 receptions. So if you want to have some added rooted interest while watching the game, download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. All of that information is in the comments and description of today's video. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. Reed, can you give some shout-outs here? I'm going to put something in the chat for a moment as we get closer to kickoff. So everyone get your score predictions in. Reed will give a couple of shout-outs.
No problem. We got Astro in here. I think first TD is play-action boot to Cortland Sutton. Oh, I like that. That's a good one. Kevin F. Just needing that over to hit. I love that. Linda saying Broncos 46, Bengals 20. A high-scoring game from the Bo Nix and the Broncos. We got Cody saying 21-14 Broncos. Hey, Joshua saying shout out to Reed. Shout out to Joshua. What's going on, man? We got Slippy 7 billion to 2 Broncos winning. That's reasonable. I see that. I can see that happening.
What was the score? 7 billion to 2?
7 billion to 2. That's pretty good, right? That's possible.
You know, if you
Couple
turn
field
the
goal-
opening kickoff.
Couple field goals.
Here's the path. Return the opening kickoff. Then you kick it off. Pick 6 first play. It's 14-0 within the first 20 seconds.
Or
wash, rinse, repeat, and I think you get close to it.
Or return the kickoff, and then you kick it off. They fumble it.
Oh, even quicker.
They fumble it.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, and they fumble it, and somebody gets down there and touchdown.
I like the idea.
There's 5 seconds off the clock, and boom.
Bingo. We've got that mapped out just like that.
Yep.
Ian Ward, by the way, is going with Troy Franklin for the first touchdown. I've got DRK taking Bo Nix running it in. We are 12 subscribers away from 30,300. If you want to get a free raffle entry, make a 10 away for a Pat Surtain jersey raffle. Click the subscribe button. Every 100 likes and 100 subscribers, we pick someone out of the chat for a free entry. So Bo Nix runs it in. I like the first quarterback touchdown. It's always slept on, but it happens more often than you think. This is a sneaky good one here. Ian, Troy Franklin. Okay, there we go. It'll be a little bit of a new wrinkle for the start of the game for Franklin. I feel like he tends to play better as the game goes on than early on, but hey, first for everything. First time super chatter. Little 2 claps, everyone. 1, 2. Thank you, Ian. We got 1,100 people watching right now. We are just moments away from kickoff in Cincinnati between the Broncos and the Bengals. Let's get some good vibes going here. This feels like a playoff game. Yeah. Because even if Denver loses, they can still win next week against a Chiefs team that will likely be resting all their starters. But let's be honest. Would anyone rule out Carson Wentz winning with the Broncos starting to feel the pressure mount and them start to shit down their leg a little bit, dropping 2 in a row? Like, that just screams NFL any given Sunday. It's going to be the most talked about subject and story. The Broncos lost a lot. Like, this to me feels like the game you have to win. I know if you lose, just knock off Carson Wentz next week and the Chiefs with no Chris Jones, no Travis Kelce at home.
So they're definitely sitting everyone?
I wouldn't say definitely. They would come out and said it.
Because if they lose this game, the Chiefs could be like, yeah, let's knock the Broncos out of the playoffs.
I mean,
a chance to knock your rival out of the playoffs?
I don't think
you play your starters?
You could just look at the next. If you're the Chiefs, you played on Wednesday. You'd have a 2.5 week bye. You'd have week 18 and you'd have the wild card round, and you played on Wednesday. 2.5 weeks for Patrick Mahomes, that ankle. Travis Kelce just from being old. Chris Jones, who missed the Steelers game on Christmas Day. Like, those 3 guys are definitely going to get rest. But it's not like Carson Wentz is incapable of winning a game, right? Like, we agree that he is capable of winning a football game.
He should have been so good. He was what Patrick Mahomes is now. Like, he was turning into that. Like, but better.
Say that again?
Carson Wentz in his prime.
Was Patrick Mahomes now?
He was what Patrick Mahomes was he was going to be what Patrick Mahomes is now.
You're saying Carson Wentz was on a path to be the same level of Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
So you're gonna mute yourself and run out of the room right now, because I'm not gonna defend that one at all. That's a hot take.
2017 Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
He was unstoppable.
I'll let you just.
I'll die on that hill.
I'm gonna let the chat take care of that. That is the most Philly sports take ever. That he was gonna be the next Patrick Mahomes.
I'll die on that hill.
R.I.P. We have a handful of supers coming in right now. Lock yourself in a dark room. Yeah, you are on an island with that one here. That is not a Broncos breakdown by Chat Sports sanctioned take. Bo Nix and the Broncos getting ready. Police the Police is here. I agree, Phil. There really is no next Mahomes.
No, back then.
No, yeah.
He was on the path.
I don't think he was on the path
of what Patrick Mahomes did.
But I think with
Patrick Mahomes is on his own.
The thing with Patrick Mahomes' path is that the thing with Patrick Mahomes' path is his path includes consistency year after year. That's what kind of makes him so great. Is like it wasn't just a one-off.
I'm talking the skill. No, talking the skill. Did you watch Carson Wentz in 2017?
I'm familiar with Carson Wentz's work in 2017. When he
I know it was only one.
Tore his ACL against the Rams. Yeah, I am familiar.
It's my my Philly sports coming in.
Nice day, by the way, in Cincinnati. I mean, for it being late December, 60 degrees at the Ohio-Kentucky border. It was supposed to be like muggy and rainy, but it's going to be Broncos ball to start the game. Bengals are going to kick it off. Cade York, former 4th-round pick by the Cleveland Browns, and the Bengals kicker with Evan McPherson injured, is going to kick it off. 1,200 people watching. Here we go. York sends it high into the Cincinnati sky, and it's going to be a touchback for Bo Nix in the offense as they start at their own 30-yard line. Here we go. Playoff atmosphere right now. I mean, it really is a playoff game for the Bengals. Lose and you're gone. And for Denver, win and you're in. Both teams have a ton of pressure on them right now. More so on Cincinnati. 1st and 10 for Bo Nix and the offense. Jaleel McLaughlin is back, by the way, after suffering a quad injury. Nix lines up under center for the first play of the game. Crowd is loud. I'll say that right now. You can kind of hear it already. It's a run on 1st and 10, and a good one, too. There goes McLaughlin, and a 15-yard near run by highlight reel Jaleel. And Denver, on the very first play of the game, gets 14 yards and a first down. Good start, good start. I want to control the line of scrimmage here. Let's run the football, which isn't like the strength of this team, but let's set up the run a little bit in the first quarter. It's a quick pass to Marvin Mims, who runs into his own guy, bounces off of him, and still manages to get 3 or 4 yards, making it second and manageable. Josh, I have never heard that fun fact. Did you hear this? The last time the Broncos clinched was 12-28-15 after a 34-24 loss and beating the Bengals. I don't think I've seen that once this week. Wow. 2nd and 6. Thank you, Aces. Nix under center. Takes the snap. Play action. Cortland looking. Going short to Estime, and Estime will run for the first down. Audric Estime, not known for his receiving abilities, gets 10 yards on that one. Aces, first-time super chatter. 2 claps for Aces. 1, 2. Thank you, Mr. Aces, and awesome profile picture. Great movie. K-Dub, get your first touchdown prediction in right now. They just crossed the 50-yard line, so I'm going to close that window for predicting a touchdown now. So last call. 1st and 10 for Denver at the Cincinnati 41-yard line. Shotgun snap. Nix out to the flat, caught by McLaughlin, and Jaleel and this entire offense doing a nice job of kind of making the first man miss, right? No negative plays so far. They are shaking guys down, and they are fighting for the extra yard. Great start offensively for the Broncos. Now let's just punch this in for 6 points. I have something I want to say, but I'm afraid I'm going to jinx it. It's great to see the offensive line stay intact this year. I know Wattenberg went down for a little bit, but to end the year with the guys you started with, that's terrific. 2nd and 7, Nix going to run with it, and Bo, with his legs, gets a yard or two when trying to look downfield, but no one was open. And now we have our first 3rd down of the game. 3rd and 5 for the Broncos. Here we go. We got Greg getting in a touchdown prediction. Wattenberg and the offensive line settle in. Bo Nix in shotgun, just inside the Cincinnati 40. Nix takes the snap, throwing over the middle, and it is caught to Von Vele. I think this might be a half second ahead. Yeah. Thank you, NFL Network. First down, though. Great throw. Excellent catch. That's a catch. And the Broncos are inside the Prize Picks red zone. First down. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Bailey's been so good this year. Guy's pushing 30 as a rookie. And he's been one of my favorite players on offense. 1st and 10 from the 20. Option. Nix running to his left, avoiding Hendrickson. He's going to pump fake and use his legs to get about 4 yards. Bo has been sneaky rushing this year, like a sneaky good rusher. 2nd and 6. Josh, I'm just pulling your leg. I've seen that fun fact no less than 100 times. They want to hold on Javonte Williams. They might have a case, actually. So, we'll just kind of move along. 2nd and 6. Inside the Prize Picks red zone. Nix hands it off to Estime, and Estime gets half of the yardage. 3rd and short coming up. We crossed the 300 subscriber milestone, so we'll do a free raffle entry at the end of this drive. And we're 2 likes away from 300 likes. So
what's up, Nicholas?
we could be getting 2 more free raffle entries in.
Thank you. How was your Christmas, Nicholas?
3rd and 2. What would you do? Run or pass? I'm going to run it based on how, actually, give me a nice RPO. Like, let Nix have the ability to throw or run as Denver calls their first timeout with the play clock getting down to 0. So the Broncos burn their first timeout a little over 5 minutes into the game at about the Cincinnati 15-yard line. Mike says run and Bradley says run. I'd go with the run. I like kind of an option, an RPO of, hey, if it's right there, get it out. If not, trust Nix to make the right decision and use his legs to get the first down. I don't know if I love the idea of putting the ball in Javonte Williams' belly, and yeah, letting it come down to him. No, 60 degrees. That's what it said, at least on the broadcast. Third and 2. Nick's in the gun. Takes the snap. It's a pass. End zone. What the fuck was that? Looking for Cortland Sutton. It's incomplete. On 3rd and 2, like that's what you want to do? That ball never had a chance. I just don't understand the decision-making on this here. Even if it's got a decent chance of happening, is that really a high probability throw? You only need 2 yards. I do agree with this decision, though. Bring on the field goal unit. Get some points out of this drive. Don't let the Bengals completely off the hook after a disastrous defensive performance on the opening series. Will Lutz's 30-yard field goal is up, and it is good. So the Broncos do get some points out of the opening drive. 3-0 good guys here. We'll keep the first touchdown prediction rolling up until Denver has the ball next. Greg taking Audric Estime. Appreciate your super chat, Greg, and your continued support of the channel. Let's go. We have some free raffle entries to give out during this commercial break, though. But overall, first drive, good stuff. Like, good balance of run, pass. It wasn't like they just got all of it in one big play and the Bengals can come back and remove that big chunk play. Like, you ran the ball with authority. The first play of the drive, you give it to Jaleel McLaughlin. He gets 14 yards. That's a running game. The last time the Broncos had a 100-yard rusher was Latavius Murray in 2022. We are 2 years removed from that, essentially. It was the end of the 2022 season. All of last year and almost all of this year, you haven't had a 100-yard rusher. And on the first play of the game, your starting running back, Jaleel McLaughlin, gets a little over 10% of that threshold. So strong start on the ground for something that's really bothered the Broncos offense. Let's get some good vibes going here. Spam 3. We'll take the field goal. Spam 3. Spam 3. We're going to pick 2 people out of the chat for free raffle entries. Remember, we have a Pat Surtain jersey raffle at the 2-minute warning of the fourth quarter. $5 super chat gets you added. $10 super chat gets you 4 raffle entries. If you can't super chat, not an issue. Every 100 likes and 100 subscribers, we pick someone out of the chat. So spam 3. Spam 3. Let's pick our first free raffle entry in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pause it. BK. BK. Have it your way. You rule. That's why these companies do these like annoying jingles, is we do remember them. So we might hate them, which I don't hate the BK one, but I hate the Bundaruski one with all of my heart. But I say it. Derek with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Derek. We have one more free raffle entry. Let's pause the chat in spam 3, spam 3, spam anything you want. 3, 2, spam 3, 1, 3/4, a half. Pause it. K-Dub. K-Dub. Part of the Mile High Club. $20 super chat, and we'll add your name to our hard hat, which we've had for a number of seasons now. K-Dub, I just found you earlier. There's K-Dub. Will Lutz kicks it off to restart the game, and we're going to get our first look at the matchup I have been waiting for 9 days. Pat Surtain versus Jamar Chase. Pass Masters here. First and 10. Burrow opens up in the pistol. 9:45 to go in the first quarter. Burrow takes the snap. It's a pass and it's caught by the tight end for a gain of 7. Let's see what PS2 can dial up, and Vance Joseph for that matter, when it comes to the combination of man versus zone for dealing with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. I really believe if those guys are limited, Denver wins. If those guys go off, Cincinnati wins. 2nd and 3, Burrow back in the gun. Takes the snap. It's a run for the second-year back Chase Brown. Stiff arm first down, and he'll get about 6 yards and a first down. Riley Moss, first game back since that Raiders game a month ago, and he's on the receiving end of a stiff arm. 30,320 subscribers. Thank you to everyone who joined the channel. Hit that sub button. First and 10 for the Bengals. Come on, defense. I formation for Burrow. Here's the snap. Play action. Cooper getting pressure, and it's incomplete. You got PS2 right on the heels of Jamar Chase, the intended receiver. Incomplete. Incomplete. Here's the matchup to watch for. Number 1 versus number 2.
He was open. Terrible ball.
Yeah, ball is behind. If it's on target, it's likely a reception.
I want them to have, like, just 2 versus 1 POV.
Man, if PS2 starts to look towards the football, he might intercept that. And understandably so, but his head is down and running for Jamar Chase. He doesn't realize that ball could be intercepted. Snap to Burrow on 2nd and 10. Pass over the middle is caught, first down. Tight end Mike Gesicki gets about 13 yards, and the Bengals have 1st and 10 on Denver's half of the field. We're going the wrong way in subscribers. Damn. Jonathan Cooper, not far from where the ball was completed. From the Denver 42. Burrow back in the pistol like he was in the first play of the game. It's a run for Chase Brown, and the former Fighting Illini gets about 4 or 5 yards. 2nd and medium coming up, halfway through the first quarter. This Broncos defense has been so good all year long, but the last couple of weeks they have stumbled, notably against the Browns and against the Chargers. 2 offenses that they're not high-powered offenses, which makes me concerned when they play a high-powered offense like the Bengals. Here's 2nd and 7 now for Burrow. Empty set, shotgun snap. His pass is broken up. Nick Bonito working on Jamar Chase. No, your ears are not wrong. Bonito, a little bit of a zone play here. They drop him in coverage. And I think Burrow sees the matchup here, and he likes it. He just doesn't expect Bonito. Yeah, it's not even dropping in zone. They just have him on, like, man-to-man pretty much in the slot. Well, that's a win for 15. 3rd and 7. Here we go.
That's 0 for 2 on targets to Jamar Chase.
Yep. Burrow takes the snap on 3rd and 7. Rolls to his left, dumps it off to Chase, and Chase gets the first down. Damn. Well, that's 1 win for Chase. Needed 7, got exactly that. I mean, it's a tough play, right? This is what we call a man-beater call. You're going to have Chase line up on the right side of the field, and it's a mesh concept, right? He's going to run across. All the traffic is going the other way. So now PS2 has to dodge some traffic, incoming traffic, and locate his man. It's difficult. 1st and 10. Snap. Run here for Chase, and he is tackled. 2-yard gain. Try and neutralize that run game. Just take a little bit of that firepower out of the Bengals offense. 2nd and 9. Burrow in shotgun. From the Denver 30. Pass is caught. Gesicki gets 7 or 8. Will be 3rd and short. 3rd down. Spam those threes. Come on. Just like the Bengals defense, make a 3rd down stop, force a field goal attempt. Cade York, big leg, strong leg, not an accurate leg. There is really no gimme field goal with Cade York, but he can make field goals 55 plus. This from the Denver 25-ish yard line. Burrow in shotgun on 3rd and a long 2. It's a run for Chase, who I don't think is going to get there. He is stopped. 4th down. It looked like he got tripped up the moment he got the handoff, and he just never had a clean hole to run through. And now we're going to have 4th and 1, 4th and a long 2, 4th and a long 1. Offense stays on the field. Spam 4. Let's go. Completely wipe away this drive. We talked about needing to steal possessions from the Bengals if this game's going to be a shootout. Here's an opportunity to steal one. 4th and 2. Burrow lines up under center, and timeout is called by the Bengals. They had Jamar Chase motion into the backfield to be the tailback. So both teams burn a timeout on the opening drive. Fourth down. Come on. Span those 4s. All the chat's not working for me. Something went wrong. 4th and 1. Yeah. Under center. Burrow takes the snap. It's a handoff, and I don't think he got it.
No.
I think he stopped. They gave it to the fullback, and I don't think he gets there at all.
No.
Turnover on downs.
Let's go.
Denver stands tall on 4th and a long 1, and this is going to be Broncos football. Cody Barton makes the stop, and this is Denver ball now. Do they know it's 4th down?
Yeah.
They're not really acting like it. They're kind of behaving like it's 3rd down. It was 4th down. Wait a minute. Am I dumb? It was 4th down. They're going to measure. There's nothing to measure here. He's short by a yard. What are we doing here, guys? Watch this. No, it's not. What are you talking about?
Yeah, okay. Broncos ball.
I was like, am I the smartest guy in the room? That never happens to me. What? That was a weird, Nick Bonito makes a tackle. It's Bonito who slows him down, and then the cavalry comes in. Wow. I got to give a quick shout out to our friends over at Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 player stat projections for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash during Pickmas. Prize Picks puts their members first, so all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. When my picks hit, I can get my money in as quick as 15 minutes. So download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. All of that information is in the comments and description of today's video. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. Well, this is really annoying. The chat does not work for me. Like, it just says something went wrong, and I don't know a solution other than just exiting out and relogging back in, which I keep doing. Oh, Maybe now I know the issue. It worked for a while. Okay. Okay. I don't know. That was very weird. I don't want to jinx it yet. We're back in. We're back in. So with the Broncos offense about to come back on the field, one more call for who you think is going to score the first touchdown. If you send in a super chat with that correct player, we'll give you 10 raffle entries for the Patrick Surtain jersey raffle we're doing at the 2-minute warning of the fourth quarter. I'm just existing. What's good, everyone? I missed the last stream. We missed you. Happy to have you here today, though. Florian Benito said, I'm here to chase. Nick Benito making a big play. It's the anonymous crush. I love that nickname for this defense. It's so accurate. The best part about it is like Bengals fans and opposing fans every week don't really respect it because they don't know anyone on it. And then they learn. 1st and 10 and a strong run. Is that Javon? No. That's Jaleel McLaughlin. First run of the game for him, 14 yards. This run, 9 yards. Dare I say, with us being a quarter of the way to 100 yards, halfway through the first quarter, we might have our first 100-yard rusher since Latavius Murray in 2022. Second and 1. 21 yards so far today for McLaughlin on the ground. Handoff to Estime, and the rookie gets about a yard, and that's all he needed for a first down. There we go. There we go. Tim.
Greg. Oh, go ahead.
Tim, what's your question? I don't understand at all. I need some context. Tim, you have to give me a specific player that scores the first touchdown, not just the team. 1st and 10. Scott, appreciate you. Whoa. I think we have a flag. Play clock was at 0. They're going to call false start. I thought it was, I thought it might have been offsides because it looked like the defender might have jumped because he saw double zeros, which I have, by the way, turned to the team of when the 0 is on the board, it should be delay of game instantly. Not this game we play of 1 second, right?
However long it takes for the ref to look up.
Yeah. It should be like a shot clock. If the 0 flashes, it's too late. 1st and 15. Snap to Nix. It's a run that goes for just a few yards. Estime getting maybe 3 on 1st and 15. No, this one's a little too far ahead. This one's too far ahead. You'll see. 2nd and 12. Nix in the gun. Let's go to Sutton here. Let's go to Sutton. Snap to Bo. Throw to the flat. It's caught by McLaughlin. Makes the first man miss, but there's 4 jerseys that surround him after that. He gets 4 yards on 2nd and 12. We'll have 3rd and long. 3rd down coming up here. 3rd and 8. Now I want to see them go to Sutton. Let's get some of that confidence back. Don't be afraid to push the ball over the middle of the field. If you're going to win playoff games, it's not going to be by going to the flat. 3rd and 8. Nix flushed out of the pocket. He has to tuck it and run, and Bo is going to get tackled a few yards short of the first down marker. It's 4th down and like 3 or 4. And we will likely get a punt. Bo kind of like tightrope down the sideline, so it was tough to see where he went out of bounds, if at all, before he was tackled. I think he's like 4 or 5 yards short. For me, it's not up to debate to go for it. Just punt it away. 4th and 3, maybe a bit of a generous spotting if that. But our first punt of the day from either side. Not a great punt. Return starts at the 22. And good coverage, though, will take him down finally at about the 27-yard line with 32 seconds remaining. $30 seconds to go in the opening quarter. 3-0 good, guys. 1,400 people watching. We're 8 likes away from 400. Hit that thumbs up button if you have not already. And we're 51 subscribers away from 400 as well. 30,400. Ed Diaz. Can I subscribe? Absolutely, Ed. It's completely free. I think the word subscribe to some people implies like a monetary exchange. It's completely free the entire time. Also, if you enjoy the free content we provide here, this is our Super Chat menu. If you'd like to, you could throw something our way. If you don't want to, not an issue. But I do appreciate everyone who supports the channel. $5 Super Chat will add you to a raffle for a Pats Rattan jersey. $10 Super Chat, because we love you so much, we'll give you 4 raffle entries. Walter, I don't know about the Bengals defense, but I know that if you have everything on the game, you will do whatever necessary to win. That is accurate, Walter. Cannot refute that. Red Assassin subscribed. Thank you. Drove me nuts all year, actually. Drop the apostrophe. Grammatically, it's not necessary. Yeah. I've been meaning to say something for like 3 months, and I keep forgetting. Like if it was Miami Heat, you wouldn't have Heat's YouTube channel. Yeah. Jazz. What are the other White Sox, Red Sox? There's a couple more non-plural
it's
teams.
Not their YouTube channel.
No, but just think of like
that's what I'm saying. The Broncos' YouTube channel?
Yeah, but even if this was the Broncos' official YouTube channel, you still wouldn't need it for looking for a Broncos YouTube channel. It's not Broncos' YouTube channel. All right, whatever. That's my English lesson, but it drove me nuts all year, and I keep forgetting to do something about it. Yeah, Bo, I think he bails out of this pocket prematurely. And when they go back and watch film, that's a learning lesson. And with experience and reps, you see improvement in those things. 1st and 10, Burrow steps up in the pocket. Then he throws, and it's dropped. Wow, he had a man open for about a 15-yard gain. Instead, it's 2nd and 10. Missed opportunity for the Bengals, and the Broncos dodge a bullet. I don't think that was Gesicki. Slightly tipped. Oh, I thought it was 80. Yeah, slightly deflected. And it just somewhat alters. Yeah. 2nd and 10. Burrow starting at his own 27-yard line this series. Here's the snap. Throw is caught this time by Gesicki, who gets up in the air. And he catches that time. Riley Moss in coverage. 1st down Bengals, and that will likely be the last play of the first quarter. That might hurt Moss's head a little bit. Kind of a knee to the helmet. And the Bengals are going to let the clock expire. So the first quarter is in the books. Solid start. 3-0. So far, T. Higgins, who I haven't even said his name yet. I know he was active. Is he not active after all? Or is he just like a decoy today? He's active. I just think he might be a decoy. I don't think there's really any intent to play him meaningful minutes or snaps. Quick shout out to the mothership here at Chat Sports, ourselves, for having a watch party for all college football playoff games. So if you are looking to watch any of these games with us here at Chat Sports and a similar watch party style like this one right now, subscribe to the link at the bottom of the screen. You can type it in or you can just search Chat Sports, and that way you know to join for the Rose Bowl, the Peach Bowl, any of the other quarterfinal games leading into the college football playoff semifinal and championship games. So make sure to subscribe. That way you can hang out with us here with a different host for some of those playoff games in the college football universe. We got a super chat coming in from And1 Ballers. Which team do you wholeheartedly, the money's in the way, go with for passion? The money's cool except for times like this where it's tough to read. Common-ish question I'd say I get, and the easiest response and the most truthful response is when you start covering the NFL or any other league for that matter, you start to approach it a little bit differently than like you would a fan, because you end up just talking about the team, the roster, and you grow an attachment to that team. And the big J's who like to pretend otherwise, I think they're lying to you. But honestly, you just start to view it as a business for yourself. And if you treat it like a fandom, then if the team's not doing well, then business won't be so good for you, and that's a tough emotional thing to stomach. But if you treat it like a business and you don't let your emotions get too tied to the team's wins and losses, then emotionally the losses don't hurt as much from like a fan perspective and from a business perspective, because people don't like watching content after losses as much as wins. So I learned that very early on in this job. So it's not the answer you were looking for, but after being here for 3 years, it's the honest answer for questions like this. 1st and 10. College, though, Tennessee. Go Vols. Bengals have a fresh set of downs to open up the second quarter. Burrow hands it off, and a strong run from Chase Brown. Gain of 6 or so. Also, And1 Ballers include a player who you think is going to score the first touchdown. Second and 4, just shy of the 50-yard line. Burrow, snap, handoff yet again, and another strong run for Brown. He will be tackled 1 yard shy of the first down marker. 3rd and 1 coming up. I'm just existing. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. It's a great milestone to reach. Never gets lost on me, believe me, how awesome this job is and how appreciative I am of everyone who watches and subscribes, likes, comments. You guys are like the last thing I see before I go to bed. Scroll the comments. Anyone that says they don't look at the comments is also lying. 3rd and 1. Burrow under center. He will throw to the right side. It's caught. Gesicki. All right, new game plan. Put PS2 on him. Forget Jamar Chase. That guy is playing like a combination of Tony Gonzalez, Travis Kelce, and Rob Gronkowski right now. New game plan. Stop 88. He is torching this Denver defense.
Whoever picked up Mike Gesicki for their playoff fantasy football team.
Oh, like an injury or something?
An injury or something.
Whatever
like,
it is.
Like, I need a tight end. I got to put somebody in, and he's going to win them the game for them.
1st and 10 for the Bengals, right across the 50-yard line. Play action. Burrow is sacked. Down he goes. Had some time. No one was open. And kind of got just, like, lost in space. I don't know what he was thinking. Zach Allen's like, dude, you're just going to run at me? Fine. Easy sack for me, I guess. Look, right here, steps up. Get rid of it. And he's like, oh, he kind of jumps. It's like someone pressed all the buttons at once. Watch, like someone presses triangle on Burrow. Look at that coverage. Fuck yeah. 2nd and 11. Burrow takes the snap, Looks to pass. It is caught over the middle. Flag is thrown. Chase on the reception in the slot, working on McMillan. We'll see what the marker's for. My guess is it'll be defensive holding. So penalty is accepted. First down. Hands to the face. Oh, first down regardless. I thought he might have been a half a yard short. So first and 10, yeah, I mean, that's hands to the face. It's a great catch by Chase, but that's no surprise for someone who leads the NFL in receptions and yards. First down, Bengals. $1,500 people tuned in right now. Hit that thumbs up button if you want the Broncos to make a stop. I called it. Let's go. I thought he was short, and illegal hands to the face, I believe, is a 5-yard penalty and automatic first down. So you can, I don't know if it's automatic first down. So you can either take away Chase's stats or take the yards. Yeah. Right. You can have a first down or have second and short with more yardage. What would you rather have? Second and inches or first and 10, but 5 yards less far? There's pros and cons to it. You're further down the field, but you have second and 1 versus first and 10. And they took away a nice play from Jamar Chase's stat line.
I think no matter what, you take the first down.
I know. First and 10. It's worth thinking over. A run for Chase Brown goes for a yard. See, if you had done that on second and 1, then you'd have the stats and the first down. Second and 9. Nearly 1,600 people watching right now. Let's sub for stops here. Sub for stops. I'm not a fan of when we get to this stage of the year, when we get alternate broadcast teams. Like the NFL Network, this is their Super Bowl. They never get to do a game except for like week 16, Saturdays, 17, weeks 18, stuff like that. Burrow's pass is caught by Kelsey Gronkowski, and he gets 2 yards. Third down and 7 coming up. Third down, span those threes. Ryan Poles is in the chat. Ryan Poles, you are going to be out of a job in a week and a half. Attaboy, Riley. Way to wrap up. Anaconda. Third and 7 from the Denver 43. Burrow. Takes the snap. Hits as he throws, and it's caught T. Higgins. Damn it! Burrow paid a price for that first down, but Riley Moss in coverage gets beat by T. Higgins, who has been quiet so far today. That's just his first target and first grab. Man, Jaquan McMillan. Remember in the pregame I said if there's one thing that we can be nitpicky about for PS2 is he's not like a sack corner. But you got McMillan for that, so it doesn't matter. That's why. That guy looks like a toy that you just wind up like a car, and then boom, off it goes. He's like a Hot Wheels. First and 10 from the Denver 28. Burrow out to the flat, caught by Brown. He is tackled, no gain. Jonathan Cooper ready for the play. $22 subscribers away from 30,400. Hop aboard the channel. Let's go defense. Let's make a stop. Strong start for Burrow. 9 of 12, 64 yards. Burrow takes the snap on 2nd and 10. Throws. Caught. Travis Gronkowski. Gain of 7. 3rd and short. I didn't realize Mike Gesicki put the house on himself for the over in receptions.
You want to hear his stat line right now?
That was the 10th completion by Burrow. I think like 5 of them have gone to Gesicki.
5 receptions, 40 yards. He's 5 for 6.
What's his best game this year?
Oh,
Go look that up for me. 'Cause I don't think he's been like a sneaky good tight end or anything this year. 3rd and 3 for Burrow. Outside the red zone. Joe throws. It is caught. First down, Chase Brown. Damn. Gain of 8 and 1st and 10 coming up for Cincinnati inside the Prize Picks red zone. Damn it. 1st and 10 from the 11.5-yard line. Midway through the second quarter.
his best game, I mean, yeah, it was against the Raiders.
What do you do?
5 receptions, 100 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Okay, well he's on pace for another performance like that.
And then his next best is probably he was 7 receptions, 91 yards against the Chiefs.
Florian, I wish we heard more from PJ Locke. I thought he'd be more like Kareem Jackson this year, of like a tone setter, a bruiser, more like an Ed Reed, you know what I mean? But you're right, we really just haven't heard his name much at all. Inside the 10-yard line, 2nd and 6. Burrow in the gun. And Bengals have to burn a timeout. Play clock hit 0. They were now set, and they burned timeout number 2 of the half. Halfway through the second quarter, timeout Cincinnati. We got Bulwark TYR here. But first, a quick shout out to our friends over at Prize Picks. Today's watch party is made possible thanks to Prize Picks. It's the best place to get real money sports action. The way it works is you select more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and you can win up to 1,000 times your cash during Pickmas. Sounds pretty good to me. Now, they have a lot of cool features on Prize Picks. One of my favorite ones is they have demons and goblins. So demons are harder to hit, but if you do, bigger payout, like Bo Nix. More than 5.5 receptions and more than half a rushing touchdown, along with the more on Joe Burrow at half an interception. So download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. All of that information is in the comments and description of today's video. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Shout out to Prize Picks for supporting us here at Chat Sports and the Broncos Breakdown. Go support them. Prize Picks. Run your game. Come on, defense. Come on, defense. We had a super chat fly-in or two. Broncos Prods is here. The usual suspects. 1,500 people tuned in at the moment. We are 8 likes away from 500. We're also 18 subscribers away from 400. If we reach both those milestones by the end of this drive, then we'll give out some free raffle entries. Bulwark, hey everyone. Defense, stop that man. Go Broncos. Yeah, new game plan. Stop Mike Gesicki, right? It's like the inverse of kicking and screaming. Stop the Italians. Stop 88. Broncos Prods. Yo, go Broncos. Appreciate you, Broncos Prods. Go Broncos indeed. Last playoff spot in the AFC is up for grabs. Win, you're in. Second and 7. Out of the timeout, Burrow from the Denver 8. Down 3-0. Halfway through the second quarter, here's the snap to Joe. End zone pass is broken up and a flag is thrown. Looking for T. Higgins, Riley Moss in coverage. It's Moss's first game, and it hasn't been a great one. First game back since a knee injury against the Raiders. Yeah. No. Pass interference. Yeah, I think it is PI too.
What's unfortunate, he's there. He just
He
runs
doesn't-
into him.
He doesn't really trust himself.
Yeah, he just runs into him.
You're in a good spot, Riley.
Yeah. He fell over, too, and grabbed.
So 1st and goal now from the 1. Damn it. Just when we thought it'd be a big boost to get him back, it's been the opposite. Burrow from the 1-yard line, looking to pass, and it is dropped by Gesicki. Whew. 2nd and goal. Yeah. Every pass is going 88's way. That one just a little in front of Mike.
Do you remember his gritty
No.
when he was on the Dolphins?
Uh-oh.
It was the whitest gritty you could ever see.
I don't remember that one.
I'll have to show you a video.
2nd and goal, Burrow under center. It's a run. Chase Brown is stopped. There we go. Loss of 1 on the play, and we'll have 3rd and goal from the 2. There we go. 3rd down here. Force a stop. DJ Jones slows down Brown, and then the cavalry comes in to finish him off. 10 carries already for Brown, 2.8 yards a touch. 3rd and goal, I fully expect to pass here. They're going to put this ball in Burrow and Chase's hands before they put it in Chase Brown's hands. 3rd and goal from the 2. Snap to Burrow. Pass, end zone, dropped! It is dropped by Jamar Chase for a touchdown. Riley Moss was in coverage. We'll take it. We'll take it. This is 6 points. 9 times a day. He just drops it. There we go. 4th and goal, and the offense stays on the field. I mean, there's no sense in trying to get Denver to jump. They're going for it. Here it is, 4th and goal from the 2. Oh, false start, false start. That's bullshit. Whistle. Oh, my God. It's a false start. Burrow is sacked. Down he goes. Let's go. Jonathan Cooper comes from behind. That's what she said. Let's go. Yes! That was such a false start, too. Watch the left tackle. So early. Ball don't lie. There we go. That is why you take the points in the first half, too. I know the pro is if you don't get it, they have a long field in front of them, but I'm addicted to points in the first half. Points is better than no points. And if there's an option where no points is a possibility, I don't want that option.
I was so nervous that they were going to, like...
I was waiting for the whistle for everyone to stop playing because it was clearly a false start.
Well, they were, I was like, wait, which one do we take? Because he looks very flustered right now, and it does not look good. I'm glad they didn't throw it, but it was totally a false start.
So it'll be Denver football. Long field ahead of them. About 95 yards to be exact. Remember, the Bengals get the ball to start the second half. So try and just kill a little bit of clock here at the very least. Still, a lot of time left, I know. Who's going to score that first touchdown for the Broncos? Let me know. Flacco, get Abrams drain in. I might be on the same page. Like, I know Riley Moss is going to celebrate that. That's like your patented DB celebrates locked up when the ball is overthrown by 20 yards. That was a touchdown that was just dropped. I don't feel any better about Riley Moss in this game right now after that play than before. This defense is definitely kind of back to where they were before that Browns Monday night game. I mean, the last 3 games, they're giving up about 26 points a game. And before that stretch, it was 16 points, an extra 10 points being added. We're seeing that weeks like 1 through 12 defense right now, weeks 1 through 13 defense, more than the last couple of weeks. If you send in a super chat with who you think is going to score the first touchdown and you are correct, we'll give you 10 raffle entries for a Patrick Surtain jersey raffle we're doing at the 2-minute warning of the fourth quarter. One of the talking points of the game so far for me has got to be Denver's ability to shut down the Bengals' run game. Yeah. When you're a 7-8 team like Cincinnati is right now, you just don't have the luxury of losing one half of your offense and being okay. Here's 1st and 10 for the Broncos. It's a run for Estime. Let's play a game, Reed. Does Javonte Williams get a carry in the first half? It's been highlight reel Jaleel and Estime. I forgot to look at who the inactives were. I doubt Williams is inactive. No, he is active. Second and 8. Nix throwing. Pass is tipped up. Oh, gosh. Thank goodness it's incomplete. That ball hung up in the air for a long time. 3rd and 8. That was in major pick 6 territory as well. Ball is batted up. He throws it right at the defender's chest protector. Third and 8. Come on, offense. Nix takes the snap. Immediately throws to his tight end, and he'll get 6 yards. I'm not sure that's who the ball is going to go. Yeah, Nate Atkins plucks this ball in front of Javonte. I think this pass was intended for Williams, but you can't blame Atkins for catching a pass that's right to him. 4th and 2, and the Bengals quickly force a 3-and-out.
I mean,
if Williams catches this, it might be I don't know.
I think Javonte, a block, throw a block to the left side maybe?
Yeah. Punt is off. Fair catch is called for at the Cincinnati 38 with under 5 to go in the half. So the Bengals will get the ball back after being stopped on 4th and goal just a few plays later. Good start. Offensively, what I'm not seeing as you guys get your predictions in for this question is really a whole lot of, I don't want to say faith over the middle of the field, but it's does anyone else kind of feel the same way that it feels like they're pulling back on Nix a little bit for more intermediate passing, and now it became all of a sudden a lot of really short passes? Where'd the trust and the faith go in 10? I know it's just been a quarter and a half or so, but a little bit concerned because we've seen a couple of games now where it doesn't look like Nix is really pushing the ball down the field much like he was earlier in that kind of middle stretch of the season.
I feel like majority, throughout the season, a good amount of his passes were short passes and dump offs a little bit. But the amount of deep balls and crossers that he's thrown has definitely gone down.
Right.
In the past couple games.
Agreed.
Even though that's not the biggest part of his game.
Yeah.
The amount of passes that he's thrown like that has definitely gone down compared to, the past couple, or towards the beginning of the season.
Bulwark and Dustin sending in a couple of supers. Thank you, guys. Dustin is going with a T. Higgins first touchdown. I mean, we're playing the game for who scores the Broncos first touchdown, but I guess I can't discriminate to the other side. So if it's T. Higgins, you'll get 10 raffle entries for a Patrick Surtain jersey raffle. I got to assume Dustin's a Bengals fan, but okay. Whatever floats your boat. Bulwark TYR from the land down under. Oi, oi, oi. What does it say? Back out there. Defense, another stop. Thank you. At least force a field goal attempt. Because the Bengals have not had an issue of pushing the ball down the field. It's just come down to a failed fourth down twice now. 4th and goal, and then that 4th and 2 where they didn't get it on the run. Dustin, not a Bengals fan. I just think T gets it. Okay. T. Higgins has not played a lot, just to let you know. But doesn't mean he can't get it. Burrow hands it off on 1st and 10. Chase Brown is going to get about 4 yards. Once again, Denver's run defense just not giving up any big chunks of yardage.
So, something I love that I've noticed, Petey, DJ Jones, always up to make the tackle on the running back.
Yeah. Michael, some hosts Chat Sports cover multiple teams. It's a growing company, not enough hosts for all 32 teams. 2nd and 5. Burrow, just across his own 40, is going to hand it off to Brown yet again, and he'll get the corner and hurdle his way for a 1st down. I pray that's not Riley Moss. We got to get Riley Moss just off camera. I've seen too much of Riley Moss already. I have a fear this might be Riley Moss. Don't see a white corner. Don't see. Oh, okay. Yeah, Brand Jones. Thank God. Whew. Just as the Riley Moss publicist crew right now, we need to get him off camera. We've seen way too much of him. 1st and 10 for the Bengals, under 4 to play in the quarter. Just across the 50. Riley Moss is not on the field right now. Burrow looking, has time. Pass is broken up. DeAndre Tillman got a paw to it. No, flag is thrown. You cannot have pass interference if the ball is tipped. The moment that ball is tipped, you can light up the receiver. This is no pass interference. Oh, sir. Bullshit. Illegal contact on Stranad. I want to see this.
I think it's something else.
No, I know, but still, I don't think this is illegal contact either. Just guys being dudes out there.
That is a soft call.
Is a flag football? There's illegal contact on every play then if that's the bar. So, buckle in. We'll watch more illegal contact if that's what we're calling. Burrow's pass is completed, and it's Josevich getting about 15 yards and a 1st down. I think I'm pronouncing it right. I was a big fan of him coming out of the draft. No, his first name is Andreas Josevich. Went to Princeton. Smart guy.
Is it like East?
You don't pronounce
you
the
don't
I.
pronounce it how you don't pronounce it how it looks.
No, I mean,
yeah.
How would you pronounce it how it looks?
I know.
It's I-O.
Those are always confusing.
You put 2 vowels next to each other, game over. 1st and 10, pass completed to the right side, caught by Higgins, and that pushes them inside the red zone. I think we might have a, hey, Riley Moss isn't really ready. We're going back to Chris Abrams' drain conversation right now. Because the rookie out of Mizzou is in, and Moss, who has kind of been picked on a lot already, is out. I'm looking for Moss on the sideline just to see, is he in that spot of I'm ready to go in, or no, I came back too soon.
I think I saw him, but he may have his helmet off behind.
Blitz coming. Burrow throwing, left side. Caught Chase, 1st and goal coming up. Damn it. We're going to get OPI here, maybe? Or is there OPI? Fine. Just a good throw and a good catch. Good timing, indeed. And that takes us to the 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. Bengals will have 1st and goal on the other side of it. We owe a couple of free raffle entries. We can get a few more in if we get 4 more subscribers, but we got to 500 likes. So let's pick someone out of the chat. Spam S for stop on defense right now. Spam S for stop on defense. We're going to pick someone out of the chat for a free raffle entry for our Pat Surtain jersey raffle, which will be at the 2-minute warning of the fourth quarter. Bulwark, by the way, that $10 super chat gets you 4 raffle entries. S for stop here. 1,700 people tuned in. Appreciate all of you guys for watching. S for stop. Pick someone, Mr. Reed, in 5. Oh, just pause. 4, 3, 2, 1. Pause it. You can't. K-Dub. Yet again. It's not rigged. The guy just spams S. And let's just peek and see how close we are to 30,400 subscribers. We were 4 subs away 30 seconds ago. We might get another free raffle entry. Oh, we're 3 subs away. So of the 1,632 people watching right now, 3 subs away from 30,400 and another free raffle entry. James Patrick. You know what, James? I want to do something, and I want to grandfather you in. Right now, until the end of the half, super chat any amount, and you'll get added to the PS2 jersey raffle. Super chat any amount for the next 2 minutes of game time. James, I'm going to include you in that because you kind of prompted the idea. Cool guy, good to see you. Hope you had a nice Christmas. Super chat any amount, and we'll add you to a Pat Surtain jersey raffle. And we got to 30,400. So keep spamming S. Spam S right now. S for stop. Spam S. Henry with a $3, and Buddy's in the house. First and goal from the 6. Spam S. We'll pick someone after this first and goal play. Snap to Burrow. It's a handoff. Brown is tackled 3 yards short of the goal line. Okay. Reed, you take care of that. I'm going to pick someone out of the chat. You make sure all the super chats are caught up. I'm going to pick someone out of the chat in 3, 2, 1. I pause it. I've got Trent. Trent Boheem. Just do Trent B. Trent B. Longtime viewer of the channel. We'll throw all those super chats we just got on screen here. Denver, by the way, I think just called their second timeout. Trying to preserve some time for their offense. Bengals get the ball to start the second half, FYI. Broncos defense will score the first touchdown. Skull. Kenny, thank you for the super. Damian, Broncos going to win today. Let's hope so, Damian. Let's hope so. Clinch a playoff spot. Second and goal. Just kind of rotate through these bad boys. Burrow. Thank you, James. Takes the snap. Looking to pass. Over the middle. Caught. Touchdown. T. Higgins. Who said T. Higgins first touchdown? Damn it. And the Bengals, with 1:49, take the lead in the first half. I mean, you just got that much talent on offense. You can only hold them for so long. And when they've got one-on-ones at the 5-yard line, this is just backyard football to them. Bengals have a 6-3 lead with the extra point coming up next. Cade York. Extra point is up, and it is good. Cool guy and Tie Man. I don't think Tie Man's here anymore. But cool guy, you might get a kick out of that. 7-3 Bengals with about 1:50 to go. Who called the... it was Dustin. Dustin Turner, give him 10 entries. He said it. We'll keep the first touchdown going for the Broncos still, but he was right. Got to get a field goal, I feel like, here, right? Try to recapture some momentum. Let's try to get a field goal here. 7-6 at the half. I think we'd all take that of a game still in reach for sure. 7-3 by no means is like, I wouldn't say a blowout, but you know what I mean? Like a number you can't overcome, but the offense definitely favors the Bengals. Denver's defense has done a good job of bending and not breaking. 2 fourth-down stops have kept the Bengals from scoring more. But Denver's offense, after that first drive, really has not moved the ball down the field much at all. Yeah. What is the Broncos' New Year's resolution? For me, I would say it's find a 100-yard rusher. It's just like infuriating how long it's been. I think it's going back to when, I know it was Latavius Murray, I believe in week 18 of 2022. Like, remember when Jerry Roseberg, whatever his name was, the interim that took over for Hackett, they beat the Chargers when the Chargers had nothing to play for, but played their starters and guys got injured. I think Murray had 100 yards in that game. That was the last game of the season. And since then, basically nearly 2 full years of not one player getting to 100 yards on the ground. It's honestly impressive. We still have a couple more super chats to catch up on, I think. Do we get Scott's on screen? Okay. Yeah, just cycle through one more time. Thank you very much, Scott. I'm sorry your super chat came right as the Bengals scored, so a little deflating. Henry with the little cat, I think. Cade York kicks it off to restart the game. And it's going to be kneel down for a touchback.
Petey, what was your best Christmas gift?
Best Christmas gift. Great question. I got new AirPods, which was very helpful because since July, my left AirPod has been broken. I've been one AirPodding it for 6 months. I've had the same AirPods since Christmas of 2017. So a long run. Bo Nix on 1st and 10, checks it down to Cortland Sutton. There we go. That's his first grab of the day, right? First down, 2nd and 3, sorry. Snap to Nix. Nix rolling to his left. Run it, he will. Bo with his legs, gets the first down, gets out of bounds. $1:21 remaining. There we go. Lock it in, everyone. Lock it in. There's those mobile legs we saw so much earlier this year. And then they kind of went away a little bit when the arm picked up. And that makes sense. But now the arm's kind of going down, so the legs got to pick up. 1st and 10. Denver at their own 45 with 1 timeout remaining. Bo in the gun. They used that second timeout to stop the Bengals after their 1st and goal run. Snap to Nix, quick throw to Troy Franklin, and Trey Hendrickson, a defensive end who leads the NFL in sacks, is also making plays on Troy Franklin in the flat. He's having a phenomenal year, and you can see why with plays like that. Even when he's not getting to the quarterback, he's disrupting plays. Loss of 2. So the TV just turned off. I don't know why. Did you? Well, good thing for us, I have backup TV. It's called my Sunday Ticket account. So bear with me here. I don't know why our TV just shut off. Yeah, throw the ESPN. We're just going to roll with this for a second. Did we just lose power? Oh, TV's coming back on. That was very strange. Just a moment, everyone. Sorry. I don't know why our TV literally just shut off. Oh, we're back. All right, well, that was weird. So, where are we? Denver just called a timeout after Bo Nix was sack fumble. And it's recovered by Luke Wattenberg. Well, that was a very eventful 30 seconds I just missed. Denver football. Not ideal. Remember, Super Chat any amount for the rest of the first half, and we'll get you into our Patrick Surtain jersey raffle, which will be at the 2-minute warning of the fourth quarter. Broncos are out of timeouts. 30 seconds remaining. They're just shy of midfield. 2nd and 17. Yeah, 29 seconds left. You could throw it anywhere on the field and spike it. The issue is you spike it, then you have 4th down. That's your 3rd down play. So I don't really know if you can spike it. 2nd and 17, snap to Nix. 3-man rush, no making a 4-man rush. Bo rolling to his left. Bo wanting to pass. Oh, he's sacked.
You can't do that.
Bo is sacked on 2nd and 17, and the Bengals will call their final timeout. Well, it's 3rd and 22 now. Just run the ball and end the half here. Buddy Davenport. Anyone open? Bailey, but he's on the other side of the field. And Sutton, Nick's running to his left. I'll be honest, there's just not a lot of quarterbacks on the run going this way can throw that way. It's just not an easy throw to make.
Right there.
Yeah. 3rd and 23, no timeouts remaining. Just run the ball here. There's 20 seconds left. Take us to the half. Sean, I know you're not watching. You have mishandled so many ends of halves in your career as the Broncos head coach. Go to half, please. It's going to be a pass. Nick's pass is caught, and it's Marvin Mims getting 5 yards, and that's the end of the half. 4th down and 17 coming up. I just had a nightmare of a interception or something. Nope, that's the half here. We'll get the stats on screen. First half thoughts, though, just raw reaction right now. Offense not moving the ball down the field. I mean, it's really as simple as that. There's very little over-the-middle passing, no intermediate passing, nothing really downfield from Bo. The run game was strong to start, but once the Bengals kind of figured out that Denver doesn't want to push the ball down the field in the air, the ground game started to kind of go away, / they just stopped trying it altogether. As for the defense, it's bend, don't break. The Bengals have had some successful drives in moving the ball down the field, but 2 4th down stops by the Broncos defense is the difference between this game being at a minimum 13-3. It could be 21-3 if they converted both of those 4th downs in plus territory. So right now, I would say Denver's lucky to be here because they made the plays they had to on 4th down. But if you keep finding yourself in that position where it's a 50-50, they get it or they don't, you've won twice on 50-50. The law of averages tells me if the Bengals keep going for it in those situations, it's going to start swinging back in their direction. So offense has to get their shit together for starters. And the defense had to figure out something with Mike Gesicki, the tight end for the Bengals, who has torched this secondary so far. And by all means, get Riley Moss on a plane back to Denver. He does not look ready to play. You got to roll the dice with Chris Abrams' drain. It's not ideal. Give him some safety help. Sit in a zone maybe a little bit more on the opposite side of the field. Let PS2 shadow Jamar Chase and go down swinging that way. There's my raw reaction. Danny, that comment makes me laugh. We got to get the Super Chat numbers from the Bengals breakdown for the first half. Okay. Tough day for the Bengals breakdown. James, Merry Christmas and New Year. Thank you very much, James. I appreciate that. Let's run through some of these Super Chats real quick, and then we'll look at the first half stats. Buddy Davenport, who's Patrick Surtain? Just the number 1 cornerback in the National Football League. But I know you're just being a jokester. Clown. Class clown, buddy. Don, I can't watch you do the game. You are burning toast on my Broncos. Dude, they're down 7-3. I'm not the one burning the toast. They are. David, watching from Vero Beach, Florida. David, thank you so much for tuning in. Appreciate you for hanging out with us here. And Florian with another $2 super chat. Brickhouse, baby. Literally, it's time of possession. Yeah, great way of putting it. Bengals are dominating the clock. Hard to score when you're not on the field. And when you are on the field, you get off the field very quickly. I mean, what's the time of possession right now? I'm going to look it up here. It is, drum roll please, 17 minutes to 12 minutes. Pretty big gap right there. 5 minutes, that's a whole extra drive. All right, here are the first half stats. I've got to run. I just got to use the bathroom really quickly, but I'll turn it over to Reed for the remainder of halftime and then be back in 5 or 6 minutes. But Bo Nix, 10 of 12, 68 yards. Just very dink and dunk. Burrow, 15 of 20, buck 21, 1 touchdown. That's kind of the story right there. One offense is aggressive, going over the middle, picking up chunks of yardage. One is throwing at the line of scrimmage and hoping the running back can make a forced tackle or missed tackle. Reed, they're all yours.
What's up, everybody? What's going on, everybody? Yeah, I mean, I second what Petey says. It's tough to not call Bo Nix, check down Charlie, but it's what he's doing in this game right now. And they're not really letting him throw it deep or throw it to the middle of the field. I don't know. Petey had mentioned this earlier, but can't win playoff games by dinking and dunking. You're going to have to move the ball down the field. Buddy Reed, say something nice about the Bengals right now. Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow. That's pretty good. Let's see. We got Reb. Happy holidays. Appreciate it, Reb. What's going on? Aiden. What's up, man? Aiden, you were in the Patriots chat, weren't you? Yeah, Richard. Sean Payton won't let him go deep. Yeah, I don't know. We mentioned this earlier, but the amount of times that he has passed the ball down the field, I mean, like I said, it is not usual for him to, he throws more checkdowns and more short throws within 5 yards than he does throwing 10 or 15 yards down the field. But the amount of 10 to 15, 20-yard passes that he's had has gone down in, the last game or two. I don't know if it's losing trust in Bo Nix, but if you're going to start doing that, get him running. I mean, use the rushing game if you don't want to throw the ball down the field with Bo Nix. Use his legs. More RPOs. Throw in a speed option. I don't care. It's just, don't do that. But use his legs and his rushing game if you're not going to use a deep passing game. Because then Courtland Sutton, Courtland Sutton's doing nothing then. And you're not using your best receiver on the field. So, I don't know. Not looking good. When you got 10 for 12 for 68 yards, it just screams dump offs. All right, I got some deals for you guys. Give me your first half grade. A, B, C, D, or F. You can do minuses and pluses too. But we got a little half off halftime. Let me throw the score up here. And then we'll do a little... Oh, wait, actually... because I got this. Here we go. Little half off halftime. All right, every super chat, beer cheers. Double the raffle entries. So if you send in a $5 super chat, 2 entries. If you send in a $10 super chat, you get 8 because $10 is 4. So you send in $10 now, 8. And then $50 beer bong. I got a little guy right here. And if you can't super chat, totally okay. Like the video. If you haven't liked the video already, hit the like button. And then if you haven't subscribed, we're at 30,429 subscribers. And if you want a chance to get into that Pat Surtain jersey raffle entry, just like and subscribe. And once we get to like 100 increments of subscribers or likes, we pick somebody out of the chat. So even if you can't super chat, that's totally okay. You have a chance to win or get a raffle entry. Ryan Poles in the chat. Bengals going to the playoffs if Broncos lose this because they lose to KC and Bengals win next week. Bengals are in. Yeah, we'll have to see how Kansas City plays with that because if the Broncos lose this game, the momentum is not there for them to be even favored against the KC backups. Aiden, I subscribed. Shout out to you, Aiden. Let's go, man. Ryan Poles saying, "Who day?" Hey, we got a little super chat right here coming in from. How do I say that? Let's see how that goes. We got Dika Yes. Dika Yes? Is that it? Dika Yes. Favorite Broncos channel on YouTube. You're my favorite Dika Yes. Appreciate that. We do our best. First time super chat. 1, 2. Yeah. Shout out to you, man. Let's go. Yeah, we got daily videos each week, and then watch parties for the games. So I love that you're loving us. Appreciate that. I love this job. It's awesome. We got Florian saying C+. I'd go with a C+ as well. Austin Reeves going with an F-. Yeah. Defense has kept the past couple drives. It hasn't happened, but have kept Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins kind of at bay. But they're starting to pick up a little bit, and so it's going to be a little scary. But Scott Petey is in the bathroom right now. So we got a couple deals for you. Clink. So we got, boom, every super chat's a beer cheers. Double the raffle entries. So any super chat is a raffle entry because you send in $2, I'll take that as half of 5 and $5 to get in. So Deke and the Monster. I love that name. Getting in for the Pat Surtain jersey raffle. The Monster, y'all are my favorite to watch for Denver games. I appreciate that. You are also a first-time super chatter. Give it a little 1, 2. The Monster. I appreciate that. I mean, when you guys say that, like, it actually means a lot because, you know, if you can't get the game and you can't watch the game on TV, I feel like the way I explain this is like it's like visual radio. Like we do like play-by-play and stuff like that, and you can kind of just hear and listen to the game. When my dad will turn on the game and watch the game sometimes, he'll turn on this stream and mute the TV so that he listens to PD's play-by-play instead of the broadcasters. that's such a good idea because it's like this is like visual radio, so you kind of just like put it in the background or something like that if you can't get the game. So when you guys say that, it means a lot. Appreciate it. Florian, let's go. $10 super chat saying, Reed, who's your favorite big hitter of all time? That's got to be my favorite player of all time, Brian Dawkins. Brian Dawkins, my favorite player, one, of all time. And then he just happens to be my favorite big hitter of all time as well. He was just scary. Scary, scary. He turned into a different person, literally. All right, and then we got, I got to open up my other beer. It's a little warm. Why is it so warm? Maybe behind my laptop. If Reed cheers, Burrow throws another TD. Hooday. So I'm cheersing for Florian, actually. So let me put that back up. Cheers, Florian. But I don't know what this says. I can't read. So sorry, buddy. All right, second half. Up and Adam. We got Petey back in the studio. Here we go.
The Bengals return the kickoff out to about the 25-yard line, starting with the football up 7-3, and the first half, I don't think the score accurately reflects the domination the Bengals had in that first half when it came to just yards, right? Broncos opening drive, march down the field, field goal. Second drive, first down, punt. Third drive, nothing. And then a disastrous 2-minute drill with plenty of time and a timeout in your pocket, and you end up just going backwards. So here comes 1st and 10. This Denver defense needs to make some kind of play because the Bengals have had no issue with moving the football. Snap to Burrow, throw right side, and it's caught T. Higgins. Riley Moss back in, and he throws Higgins out of bounds, but not before T gets about 15 yards and a first down. 1st and 10. Damn. Not a very fun start for the defense. Just a back shoulder, and they are picking on 21 like he's a booger. Under center, just across their own 40. I've got a bad feeling about the rest of this game. I have a feeling it's about to get wide open for the Bengals as Chase Brown runs for 6 yards. Doesn't it feel like the Bengals in that first half were pushing down on the gas, but they were kind of stuck a little bit. They couldn't quite get points, but they were moving, which I guess is a horrible analogy for being stuck, but you get the point I'm trying to illustrate. Now it feels like they're about to just get into 6th gear and take off. Yeah, Ryan should be working on scouting out offensive linemen. I don't think combined. There's 1,300 people watching right now. That's a lot of bank accounts being combined. 2nd and 4, Burrow, deep right side. It is... Oh! Incomplete. I think it's...
You're lying. There's no way!
Oh, I thought it might have been intercepted. Are they calling it a catch for the Bengals? I thought Jaquan McMillan might have had this and then lost it going to the ground. Oh, I think it might be a catch. Watch this. I think he's got it there. He's got it, and then he's down. I think this is a catch, Bengals. Yeah. He's down, and he has control. And it comes loose after he's down. Denver's going to challenge this. I think Sean Payton is about to lose a timeout. I don't think this is a good challenge. I mean, the idea here is, hey, it's a big, explosive play. Try and wipe that away. Maybe they see something we didn't see, but my gut tells me at the worst, this call in the field's going to stand. They might come back and say, Call on the field is confirmed. To me, it looked like he had possession. He's down. The ball comes out at the end. Maybe Denver will try to say he never had possession. It's going to be an incomplete pass. I don't like this challenges. I understand the reasoning of trying to take a little bit of the air out of the Bengals offense, but I don't like this one. We got a handful of super chats, it looks like, during our halftime. So thank you to everyone who plays along and hangs out with us during the half. Refined Kayla, Who Day. Deke A's. You think, is that how you said it?
I said it.
Deke?
Deke, yes.
Deke, yo. Go with Big D. Big D.
I called him Deke.
My favorite Broncos channel on YouTube. My favorite Big D. Thank you so much for tuning in and for supporting the channel. Really does warm my heart up. Really appreciate your kind words. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love what I do because I get to talk about the Broncos with people like you. So thank you so much for your words of encouragement. And the Monster? Oh, y'all are my favorite to watch for Denver games. You guys just put a big smile on my face. Thank you. I feel like Ted Lasso right now. Just on top of the moon, top of the world, no matter what. Thank you, guys.
I was like, this like means a lot because it's like, if you can watch the game and you can watch it, like, why watch us? And
right.
I said, my dad likes to put on the game and then listen to your play-by-play.
Mr. Girthy is in the chat right now. He's talking smack. Everyone tell Mr. Girthy he has no girth. And it looks like coming out of this TV timeout that they call on the field stands. It looks like a catch to me. That's kind of a desperation challenge of like, the game's starting to slip away. I got to do something here. First and 10 now from the Denver 25. Burrow throwing, and it is caught. Gesicki, gain of 8. And the Bengals are marching down the field yet again. Inside the Prize Picks red zone. We're 6 likes away from 600. Hit that like button if you haven't already. 2nd and 1. Just outside the 15. Takeaway right now, they lose this game. It's a run for Chase Brown, and he's going to get the first. He gets exactly a yard. That's game. They're going to score a touchdown. Bo Nix is going to come out. He's going to throw an interception, and it's going to be dead air on here for 30 seconds. And then Week 18 is going to be the weight of the world on the Broncos.
I was saying, I don't know how much they'll be favored against Kansas City's backups.
I'm guessing if it's Carson Wentz and company, it's Broncos -4. 1st and 10. Burrow takes the snap, throws left side, caught Jamar Chase, gain of 7. I was about to say takes a shit. I was kind of preparing for mentally was to say shit for a touchdown, and then it all just came out in a word salad. 2nd and 3. Phil, can we do the show from a bar? Be very tough. Technology standpoint. 2nd and 3 coming up. Opening drive for Cincinnati. Just like the first drive of the game for them, or all their drives of the first half. It's a run, and Brown slips out of a tackle, and he gets a yard. It should have been a loss of 2, about a 3-yard swing. Instead of 3rd and 4 or 3rd and 5, it's 3rd and 2. Forced to stop here. Bulwark. RebTech, I am in complete surrender mode right now. I feel like France in the summer of 1940. 3rd and 2. Snap to Burrow. Full start. Fucking finally.
Thank you.
There we go.
That's
So
been
3rd and 7
happening
coming up.
literally
Okay.
every time.
I can work with that. Make a stop here. Force a field goal. Down a touchdown. Get the ball midway through the 3rd quarter. He should have been called earlier this game. Bright Wolf, if the Bengals win, are the Broncos eliminated? No, they are not. So the Bengals are going to call a timeout. On 3rd and 7, they are going to talk things over. So now both teams have 2 timeouts remaining after Denver lost the challenge. It ain't over. Go Broncos. I admire your confidence. I'm just starting to see it. It's the carryover from the second half in LA. And it feels like these guys are just letting the pressure get to them. Third and 7. From the 12. Snap to Burrow. 3rd and 7. Joe, pressure. Joe, sacked. Down he goes. There we go. Down at the 22. It'll be, oh, fight. Yes. I love fights. Get a flag on the Bengals. Flag is thrown. Kick him out of field goal range. And then I'm back in. Please be on the Bengals and knock him out of field goal range. There's a flag down. For now, it's about a 10-yard sack. The ball, I think, was spotted at the 21-yard line, 21-31. It would be about... Oh, my God. It's a penalty on the defense. Illegal contact. Automatic first down. It's the second one on McMillan. Whose wife did he fuck to get 2 illegal contact, illegal hands to the face penalties? And they ignore the complete mugging of John Franklin Myers. First and goal at the 7. Burrow. In the gun. Empty set. Oh, it's offsides. Free play. Burrow sacked. No celebrating. Benito's offsides. It'll be first and goal from like the 5. I might go full, like, wasn't it Gandhi who took a vow of silence? No, he stopped eating. Either way, I'm about to go on a silent protest until this team shows me a single good play. I'm going to become a monk.
That's the illegal contact?
First and goal from the 5. From the 4. Burrow. Snap. Throwing. End zone. Chase. Incomplete. Hey, Vance. Stop putting Riley Moss and Jamar Chase. Hasn't cost you yet, but you are playing with fire. I do appreciate that he's bringing pressure, though. You know that if you let Chase and Higgins have too much time in one-on-one matchups, one of them will get free. Gotta get the ball out of Burrow's hands as quickly as possible. Second and goal from the 4. Burrow snap, looking to pass yet again. Joe looking, has time, throwing, back of the end zone, incomplete.
All right,
Third and goal. Attaboy, Riley. There we go. What's Girthy doing that's so funny? We got Bulwark with the $2 super. We'll get to that in a minute. 3rd and goal. Game comes down to this, Reed. Touchdown, Dover. Field goal,
You know what?
Pulse.
Let's use this super chat. Let's get a sack. Come on.
3rd and goal. Snap to Joe. His pass is incomplete. No! No! That cannot be a penalty. Don't do that. I tell the offense.
Oh my God.
There is a God. It's OPI. Whew. Oh my God, you're right. Sean Payton looks like his son dressed him. Sean Payton looks like he's trying to be the cool dad at like soccer practice. Yeah, that's a screen. Offense is called a pick and roll. Defense is called a screen. Offense is called a rub route. Defense is called a pick. So field goal attempt on 4th and goal from the 4-yard line with 9 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. It'll be a 22-yarder for Cade York, who has great distance but horrible accuracy. Miss it. Miss it. He made it. All right. 10-3 bad guys. Is Tie Man back? Tie Man, how was dinner? We did get to 600 likes, and we're 55 subs away from the next, baby milestone. So we owe a free raffle entry for the Patrick Surtain jersey raffle. $5 super chat automatically gets you entered. $10 super chat gets you 4 raffle entries. All right, I agree. Spam 10. I get the mojo, the good vibes going here. Mr. Gerthy suggests let the run game go to work. What run game? They haven't had one since the middle of the Biden administration. Last time Denver had a good run game, I think it was still an FAA mandate to wear a mask in an airport. It's been that long. Okay, spam 10. We just need to get some positivity in here. Starts with me. Buddy, thank you for the $2 super. I don't think it's a nice super chat. All right, spam 10. Spam 10 for a PS2 jersey raffle entry. All right. Are we ready to rumble? Pause the chat in spam 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pause it. Oh, Greg with a novel just slips ahead of Mr. Gerthy and Tie Man. This game is over. The Broncos suck the weenie. Well, that was a little picturesque. Perfect. Buddy says Gerthy won. Should we get Gerthy in there because he did put 10? Yeah. All right, Gerthy, you're in. You can thank Buddy. He convinced me. Danny, where did that offensive from the first drive go? Yeah. I'll tell you where it went. The Bengals learned to stop the run, and Denver has lost all faith in Bo Nix throwing over the middle of the field. The play calling is the most vanilla thing I've ever seen. Like, what changed, guys? I don't understand. Cameron, what is your punishment because Tennessee lost? My punishment was spending $400 on tickets, that much on airfare, and then sitting in the cold and watching Tennessee go down 21-0 halfway through the first quarter. That a good punishment enough for you, Cam? This was sad. Greg Gumbel, iconic broadcaster and voice, passed away yesterday. I'm not sure what he passed away from, if he was battling something, but still, it's just very sad. I mean, there's no Selection Sunday without Greg Gumbel. First and 10, Nix under center from the 30. It's a run for Girthy, and Jaleel gets 3 yards. Second and 7. I had no idea he was battling cancer or if it was public. I appreciate you filling me in, Phil. Bright Wolf, you know it. Second and 7 under center. Nix pitches, and it's Estime getting a solid gain on 2nd and 7. We'll have 3rd and short. Still have yet to see Javonte Williams get a carry. Buddy. Oh, Florian, thank you. What did Buddy say? Because I think he was turning the knife a little bit.
Yeah, he thinks that Joe Burrow touchdown's coming.
Nix, quarterback sneak, 3rd and 1. Move the chains. There we go. I think now you kind of go, whew. Got the first down, got the first down of this drive out of the way. Let's start to open up the playbook a little bit here, because if you average 3.5 yards a play, it's going to be a slow-moving train to that end zone. 1st and 10 from the 40-yard line. Nix under center. Takes the snap. It's another run. Okay. And a good run, too, from Jaleel. McLaughlin gets 12 yards, and they're across the 50. Attaboy, 38. 1st and 10.
You know, when you asked me if you thought Javonte Williams was going to get a carry, my answer was always going to be no. A reception, maybe.
Yeah.
But not a carry.
It's great burst from 38. The next level for him is when he meets that player in the hole, can he shake him? Can he have the muscle to kind of slip out of an arm tackle? 1st and 10, that's not an easy thing to do. Nix pitching to the right, and Mims is there, and the speedster just gets back to the line of scrimmage. I think the last pass that went beyond the first down marker that was completed was the Devon Vele one, right? And that was on the opening drive. There's 6 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. Second and 11. Snap to Bo. Swing out pass to Mims. He has blockers, he has speed, and he has 8 yards. I can't wait to look at Bo's passing charts the last 2 weeks and compare them to, weeks, 8 to 10 of the season, just that middle portion. 3rd and 2, what would you do? Run or pass? I'd run it. I'd run it.
Stick with the run.
Yeah, it's worked. Give it to Estime. Run it. Give it to the 23. He's in the backfield. Nix is in shotgun. Snap to Bo. It's a quick throw to the right. Caught. Mims, 1st down. There we go, Marvin. No. Ball came out. Goes out of bounds. Oh. Caught it. Fumbled out of bounds. Possession stays with Denver. Big break for the Broncos. The ball bounces their way literally. Goes out of bounds and is not recovered. Definitely a fumble. 1st down. Good guys, though. There we go. There we go. First and 10. Snap to Bo. His pass, right side, incomplete. Looking for Sutton on the curl, and that looks a lot like me in NCAA. It sounds so good always, but I'm so bad at it.
The time you don't get the timing?
No, I thought pick six is more than completions. 2nd and 10. I haven't played NCAA in ages.
What?
I know. I was never a big video game guy, though. So I got into it for the rush. Although I heard there's a new Indiana Jones video game. And I do love Indiana Jones. 2nd and 10. Nix under center from the Cincinnati 32. Bo takes the snap. It's a run. McLaughlin, 10 yards. Let's go. I need eyes on Jaleel's yard count. If he can get to 100 yards, that should be a win for Denver. Agree? First 100-yard rusher since like week 18? Someone fact check me. Latavius Murray, 2022 against the Chargers. I don't give a buck. One moment, I don't give a buck. First and 10. From the 21. Knicks. Another handoff. Another strong run. Oh, yeah. McLaughlin, let's go! Inside the 10.
Girthy was right.
Girthy was absolutely right. And the Broncos formulating a response via the ground. It's FedEx out there. Oh, I think FedEx is on the hot seat right now. First and goal. Yeah, they've been really screwing up this holiday season. A third run. Yes. And a gain of 2 for highlight reel Jaleel. Second and goal coming up. Hey, Petey, watching from Home Depot at work again, just on lunch. What have I missed? 1, that's a late lunch break. 2, what you've missed is the Bengals have been able to march down the field, but they have failed on 2 fourth-down attempts, which is why this score is so low. It's been all Cincinnati when it comes to moving the ball and possessing the football. Denver has taken 0 vertical shots. It's been short, dink and dunk, and a lot of run, which was working, then it wasn't working, now it's back to working. Second and goal from the 6. Nix takes the snap. Bo throwing, corner of the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Cortland Sutton, baby! Back in this one. Let's go. Good ball from Nix. Great catch from Sutton. We had a lot of Suttons, I feel like. There we go. That's a playoff team response right there. Nothing's going your way. You're down a touchdown, second half, and you march right down the field and put up 6 of your own. Attaboy, Sutton. Extra point is up, and it is good. We are tied. Good ball, Bo. Good running from Jaleel. Show me those TDs. Quick shout out to our friends, by the way, over at Prize Picks, as we were just in the Prize Picks red zone. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash during Pickmas. Prize Picks now offers Venmo and MasterCard for quick and easy deposits and withdrawals into your account this season. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. All of that information is in the comments and description of today's video. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. 1,500 people tuned in at the moment. Hit that sub button right now. Yeah, who had Cortland Sutton first touchdown? It only took us about 3 quarters. Scott had it. Okay, are you muted? Well, tell them that.
So we got Scott Fry guessing Sutton for the first touchdown.
Yeah.
And then, oh my God, aces. Let me put this on screen. Hold on. What a pull from aces. Hold on.
We got a few supers to catch up on. We'll get to in just a moment. Don't worry. What's this aces super? Did it come in during halftime? Because I don't remember.
No. This. He was spot on.
Sutton first touchdown and another quarter. Give him 11 entries.
All right.
Yeah.
So we got aces and Scott, and then I'm looking
as well. I don't see.
I think
No.
that's it.
Yeah, Ian had Troy Franklin. Greg had Estime. A lot of Mims. Dustin had T. Higgins, so he got that one right as well. Aces, congratulations.
Third quarter touchdown.
Yeah. Will Lutz kicks it off to restart the game with 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter. A return for the Bengals is out across the 30. Tackle just shy of the 40. Big return by Cincinnati. Bright Wolf, I'm going to let you find out tomorrow. I don't give a buck. Yes, I need to join. I guess I need to just join the stream, LOL, for us to win. And I work night shift today. I don't give a buck. When the time comes where I need some, help at Home Depot, which will just be the next time I'm at Home Depot, I'm going to request you, no matter what store I'm at. I'm sure this information will help them locate you very quickly. 1st and 10, it's a run for Chase Brown, gain of 3. Bulwark, Sutton, baby. Let's go, Bulwark. 2nd and 7. Hit that sub button. Sub for stops. Usually sub for dubs. Right now we're subbing for stops. Get this defense off the field because Burrow and offense have been driving down, no problem. 2nd and 7. Burrow in shotgun. Takes the snap, looks to pass, throwing. It is caught. Gesicki.
Oh my God.
Mike Gesicki has a personal vengeance for the Denver Broncos. I don't know what happened to him as a child, but he is taking it out on the Broncos today. It's a first down for Gesicki. 7 grabs a season high for him. 1st and 10. Just shy of the 50. Burrow, empty set, takes the snap. 5-man rush. Down he goes! Let's go! Jonathan Cooper and Zach Allen combining for the sack.
Mike Gesicki needs one more reception for his season high. His season high right now is 7. So he needs one more. He had 7 against the Eagles. He had 7 against the Chiefs. And now he currently has 7 against the Broncos.
2nd and 17. Get off the field here. Right? Go into the fourth quarter with the football tied. Completely turn around the momentum in this game. And the Bengals call their second timeout. They're rattled. They're rattled. Minute to go in the quarter. Come on, defense. Got him right where you want him. Obvious passing situation coming up. You lead the NFL in sacks. You know what's coming, and it goes right into the teeth of your defense, your pass rush. Capitalize on it. Here's a look at the playoff picture. Denver with the win clinches a playoff spot. 2nd and 17. Burrow in shotgun. Takes the snap. Throwing right side. It's caught. Chase. Gain of about 7 or so. It'll bring up 3rd and much more manageable. What does Chase have so far today? I feel like 4 grabs for like 40 yards maybe. 3rd and 8. 4 for 36. I'll take that. 3rd and 8. Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap. Free rusher! McMillan misses the sack, and then he finds, oh my God, it's Josevich who's going to run for a touchdown. There are flags down. But for the time being, it's a touchdown, Cincinnati. Jaquan McMillan had a clean look at Burrow and just couldn't take him down. There is a flag, and I think it's going to be on the Bengals based on the reaction right now. Illegal shift, baby. Do they have two men in motion? I saw one guy get in motion.
Yeah, it was Mike Gesicki.
Oh, fuck you, Mike. Oh, I think they put Chase Brown in motion. Yeah. Okay, well, take it. 3rd and 13. It's not Canadian football.
Two people in motion. Can't do that.
3rd and long with 7 seconds remaining. They're at their own 45-yard line.
I'm smelling a sack. Nick Benito right now.
Snap to Burrow. 3-man rush. Burrow is going to tuck it and run. Burrow with his legs gets a first down. Joe Burrow just ran a marathon for a first down on 3rd and 13. You rush 3, you drop 8, and everyone's got their back to the quarterback. That had to be the play. You get the ball back, decent field position. It's like a 20-yard run on 3rd and 13. That had to be it. I don't want to sound dramatic, but it had to be it. Really quickly, I got to tell you guys about what's going on here at Chat Sports next weekend. It is, or not weekend, but New Year's and New Year's Eve. We've got watch parties for all of the college football playoff games. So if you are looking to watch one of these games in an environment similar to this, subscribe to the Chat Sports Mothership. The link's at the bottom and in the chat. Hit the sub button. That way you do not miss out on joining us for some college football playoff watch parties. Danny, I know the score says we're in this game. Does anyone in their heart really believe like the Broncos are in this game? I guess technically I'm being a bit over the top with the reactions, but just the way that both teams have played so far, it doesn't feel like this game is tied. And lucky for Denver it is, so they're one Cincinnati mistake away, but that's what they need. A self-inflicted wound by the Bengals. If the Bengals don't give them that break, I don't see Denver winning this game.
I think right now, hold them to a field goal, and you're still in the game.
Hold them to a field goal.
Give them a touchdown right now, it's slipping away.
I agree. Took them 3 quarters to just even get close to the red zone. Yeah, what'd you have, 17-13? Yeah, you're right there. How does Burrow get that big scramble? I mean, that's usually a bet you're willing to make of we're going to rush 3, we're going to drop 8, and we're betting that Joe Burrow is not going to turn into Lamar Jackson. That, unfortunately, did not pay off. It's kind of like if you get 16 at the casino and you decide to hit, right? Most people say, stay, the dealer will bust. Stay, the Bengals aren't going to rush for 13. You got a 5. Scott Fry with a $5 super, along with Buddy. Buddy, 4th quarter is Joe Burrow time. 1st and 10, except in the Super Bowl. Then it's Matthew Stafford time. Burrow, 1st and 10 at the Denver 36. Snap to Joe. His pass is caught. Jamar Chase. Gain of 5. I saw a push-off. It's not called, but if we get a replay of this, I see it a push-off, catch, gain of 5. Scott, I understand that line of thinking, but when you're banking on one big play, that's a bad bet to make. Whereas in most games, if you're tied 10-10, you don't feel like you need a big play to turn it around. The fact that you're saying you need a big play when you're tied speaks to how it doesn't even feel like you're really in this game. Burrow, 2nd and 4. Down he goes! There's your big play, Scott. DeAndre Tillman, who's done, I think, an outstanding job of taking over from Baron Browning.
It feels like Tillman is disrupting everything.
Yep.
Even if he's not getting a sack, which he has been, he's disrupting everything.
You got an opportunity to repent after giving up a 3rd and 13 conversion. You have 3rd and 9 now. They're at the Denver 35. It'd be a long field goal from here. Burrow in shotgun. Takes the snap. His pass over the middle is caught. Gesicki, gain of 5. It'll be 4th and about 3. What does Zach Taylor want to do on 4th and 3, 4th and 4? It's 4th and 2. It's a generous spotting. I think this is like a 4th and 3. We'll ignore what NFL Network says. Offense stays on the field. My guess is they try and see if the Broncos will jump, but do you really want to burn your final timeout right now? I don't think you take the 5-yard penalty. I think they got to go for it. I think they're going to go for it. Bengals are 0 for 2 on 4th downs today. This has kind of been the game. Snap to Burrow on 4th down. Pass, caught, 1st down.
That's a pick! That was a screen.
Chase Brown is open by 5
That's
yards
OPI.
because there's a screen.
That is
We're
OPI.
playing YMCA basketball out here.
Look at it's just silly. Oh, just kidding.
It looked like Gesicki started blocking immediately. Whatever. That's not one I'm going to pitch a fit over. 1st and 10. Had they not converted, that would have been the story of the game. 0 for 3 on 4th downs, and that's why they got eliminated from the playoffs. Burrow in the pistol, hands it off. Brown running with it. Brown getting half the yardage. Moves inside the Prize Picks red zone.
Oh, my God. I'll say it again. Need only 3 here. Only 3. Can't give up a touchdown. Give up a touchdown and it slips away fast.
Yep. Jonathan Cooper is walking off the field. Second and 5. Burrow throwing end zone. Caught T. Higgins touchdown. Moss just got mossed. I don't even call it a moss, just honestly an incredible catch by Higgins.
He's got to look back for the ball. Yeah,
He's on him. Like, I think this is just one of those, sure, look back to the ball.
Oh, little push off there?
It's just a really good throw and catch. And those plays happen, and no one wants to hear that or accept that, but I think that's what just happened right there.
The only good thing out of that, PD, gave a lot of time.
Yep.
Scored quickly on that drive. I guess in the red zone. Because when you get in the red zone, they could have brought that clock down to 8 minutes.
Uh-huh. Damn it. That really sucks. I'm literally right now playing on the ESPN playoff machine. I'm trying to see if there's a way Denver makes it at 9-8. And I keep trying different combinations, and I'm not finding one.
Somehow, Riley Moss went from, oh, wow, we have the other side of the defense across from Pat Surtain.
All right, go ahead. Let's look at the playoff picture for a moment. I kind of feel like it's election night, and your candidate's losing right now. And you're like, can we look at the battleground states again, please? I think there's some more counties in Georgia we need to look at. So here's what I got for you guys. Let's do doomsday. All right, let's just do doomsday for a moment. If Denver loses today and then loses to Kansas City and they finish 9-8, and one of the Colts, the Dolphins, or the Bengals win out, what I think the only way Denver can get in is if, 1 second, hold on. Okay, I found the only way where Denver gets in at 9-8. And basically it involves a lot of losing by the Colts, the Dolphins, and the Bengals. You need the Bengals to lose in Week 18. You need the Dolphins, I think, to lose one of their last two games. And you need the Colts to also lose one of their last two games. Actually, even if the... now if I change that... 1 second. Yeah, Miami would get in at 9-8 over the Broncos if both teams are 9-8. And the Colts and the Bengals both lose a game. So, we'll talk more about it after the game because we still have 11 minutes left and I'm kind of getting into a bad headspace here, but doomsday is starting to come really close to us right now. Kick return for Denver goes nowhere.
And
the thing about like Andrew Perez's comment, PD, y'all are negative Nancy's. I was a negative Nancy last week and they lost. Like, well, I just have to be nonstop positive. This isn't Chuck E. Cheese, dude. When you're losing 17-10 and you're getting destroyed in time of possession and total yards, it's a little hard to look like it's Mickey Mouse. 1st and 10, Knicks at his own 25. It's a pitch left and a run for McLaughlin, a gain of 6. Good run, good run. 2nd down and 4. I'm going to say it right now, feels like game comes down to this drive right here. I mean, I know we still have a ton of time, but I'm worried about the defense making a stop if they have to punt.
With the Broncos having only 2 timeouts, I agree.
2nd and 5, 2nd and 4. Another run, estimate. Good run, Audric. Gain of 6, 1st down, Denver. There we go.
I love 2 arms on the football.
Yeah. 1st and 10, good guys. First and 10. Knicks under center. Takes the snap. It's a run. And Audric is lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. Okay. 1,800 people tuned in. 22 subs away from 30,500. Let's get there right now for a 1st down. 2nd and 10. Nick's pass caught. There we go. Sutton. That was a weird play. Garrett Bowles definitely had a false start, and I think everyone was waiting for the call. And then when it didn't come, they're like, I guess we're still playing. He's not going to get to 100. They're just going to turn to pass happy now. Plus the balance of estimate, it would require like a 40-yard run to get there. Or I guess a 32-yard run. 1st and 10. Nix just shy of the 50. Takes the snap, rolling to his right, has all day. Going deep! Nix, end zone! Touchdown! Marvin Mims! We are an extra point away from being tied! Let's go!
What a ball.
Marvin Mims! Yes!
What a ball.
All day, and Nix to Mims for a 49-yard touchdown. Perfect ball. Great catch. Takes out the cameraman. Will Lutz on for the extra point, and we are tied. Let's go. Whew. Who said they named one big play? It was a Scott? Scott, my firstborn son is now named Scott. There's your big play, Scott.
What? Yo,
Let's go.
I think at halftime, Bo Nix heard us talking about how, it's just dink and dunk. They're not letting him pass it. And
There's the deep shot.
He said, here, I got you.
There we go. Thank you, Scott. This is what the chat is for. One big therapy session. If I'm low, you raise me up. If you're low, I raise you up. Let's go. Marvin Mims, baby. That's awesome. That's just the biggest sigh of relief of, okay, Bengals kind of felt like they were about to put it in cruise control with the lead, get a stop, put it away, and we're starting over with 8 minutes to go in the game. There we go, baby. Great throw from Bo. Right on the money. Mims makes a nice catch, running out of bounds almost.
They made up for that miss last week.
Yep. Whew. Win and you're in, baby. Let's go. Let's go. 1,800 people watching at the moment. If you're ready for a Denver win, subscribe. We're nine subscribers away from 30,500. Let's get there. We got U.S. flag commercials. We're like a silver dollar commercial away from feeling so patriotic right now. Let's go. Bonk. Bonk. Anyone watching right now, if you saw the same commercial, bonk on you too. Danny, perfect time for an INT. I am a Patrick Surtain interception away from shitting my pants. If I get a PS2 first play of the next drive. There we go. There we go. Come on. You know what? Let's just get the good mindset going. $2 super chat right now, and we'll add you to the Patrick Surtain jersey raffle, which is going to be after the game based on how close this game is. $2 super chat right now. We'll say for the rest of this Bengals drive. Hit that sub button. Let's go. Let's go. Lutz kicks it off to restart the game with under 9 to play. And it's touchback. Henry! Let's go, Henry! You and me. I got Florian in the chat. CPJ, ladies and gentlemen! Now morale's coming up. You know this is in all the tablets on the sideline. Momentum all the way over to the team from Denver. 1st and 10. We'll catch up on all the supers in just a moment. You just make sure we stay caught up on all of it. Henry, let's go. 1st down for the Bengals. Give me a PS2 pick right now. Burrow takes the snap. Looking to pass. Sacked! Down he goes. Loss of 5.
Come on, baby.
Zach Allen. Yeah, I got new shoes for Christmas, so just getting used to them still a little bit, but shoelace got untied.
Oh, my God. Zach Allen.
What is that, sack number like 5 of the day?
I guess so.
You had Tillman, you had Benito, you had that one. I feel like I'm missing one more. 5, yeah, 5 sacks. 2nd and 14. Burrow in the gun. Throwing to the right. It is caught. Chase. Gain of 5. 3rd down. Spam those 3s. Let's go. Sub for a stop. Just get the vibes going. I need it right now. You're 7 minutes away from your first playoff berth since 2015. Don't hold back right now. 3rd and 9. Just across the 30-yard line. Burrow with 7.5 to play. Here's the snap, looking to pass. Throwing on the move. Caught 1st down, T. Higgins. Just a great throw and a great catch. There's going to be moments and plays like that where you just kind of tip your cap to the other side. They made a great play on 3rd and 9. Burrow is throwing on the move, takes a hit at the end. And it goes in between 2 defenders. Damn it. 1st down, bad guys. Joe Burrow in the gun. Hands it off to Chase Brown, who spins his way for a 1-yard gain. 2nd and 9. You know the pass is coming. If the Bengals season's going to go down, it's going to go down because Burrow and Chase couldn't link up, not because they put their faith in Chase frickin' Brown. 2nd and 9. Let's go. 2nd and 9. Burrow takes the snap. 4-man rush. Throwing right side. It's caught. Jamar Chase, gain of 5. Riley Moss on the tackle. 3rd down. 3rd down. Under 6 to go. Come on, defense. Stop right here. And the offense will have a chance to win this game and secure a playoff spot. Third and 4 for the Bengals, right at the 50. Burrow in shotgun takes the snap. Throwing over the middle. It's caught. Ball! Ball came out! Denver's got it! It's either incomplete or they're going to call it incomplete. I think it's a catch fumble.
I don't know. We can't see what's behind us.
I think it's a catch fumble, and Payton is holding on to that red flag. Watch this. Ready? 1, 2. I don't know, Jim.
Don't waste that challenge, though. Don't waste that timeout. Don't waste that timeout. It's not worth it.
It is 4th down right
It's not
now.
worth it.
I agree.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Put it back in your pocket.
The Bengals
Sean.
are probably going to punt anyway.
Put it back in your pocket, Sean.
Sean. Oh!
Oh, come on!
Payton's going to challenge. Oh, Denver's challenging, and I'm with you, Reed. Like, it's 4th and 4. I couldn't tell if the broadcast, I'm guessing the offense stayed on the field. If they were punting, why would you challenge it, right? Why would you risk losing a timeout for a difference of like 25 yards? If it was third down, I'd be like, challenge it. But I'm with you. On fourth down, you're about to get off the field. 1, 2. I know that it's not black and white when it comes to what, constitutes as a catch, but I thought it was a catch fumble. But I also know the call in the field was incomplete. It's fourth down.
I think they're going to do not enough evidence.
I know.
And go with the call on the field.
Yeah. All right, let's catch up on some of the supers that flew in, though. All right, or price picks. Okay. We got some supers here to catch up on. Remember, $2 super chat gets you added to a Patrick Surtain jersey raffle. We're going to do that after the game. Henry, thank you for your super. That's 4 entries for Henry. $10 super chat. Perfect. Then we got James Patrick, Omaha. CPJ, let's go. Thank you, Charles. Let's go, dude. Spam CPJ. Show the man some love. Scott Herrera with a 2. Salute to you, Scott. We got 21-12, 2 for PS2 pick 6. 2 claps for number 2. 1, 2. Thank you, 21. Bulwark CPJ showing some love to a fellow channel member all the way from Australia. Lord knows what time it is down there. Thank you, TYR. And then we got Bulwark with another one. Cody Kurtz called it, give that man some entries. What did Cody call? I'm not doubting you. I just must have missed it. I'm not looking at Twitter. I don't want to see any Twitter spoils. I'm just going to wait for the commercial to end, find out all natural. Florian, this would be a great birthday present for him. Call on the field is incomplete pass. Denver is challenging. If they lose this challenge, they're out of challenges, and they have 1 timeout. 2, I see 3 feet. Oh, I think we're going to get Denver football. 1, 2, 3.
Turns upfield, too.
Yeah. How about this? If he had recovered that, would they have called it incomplete? Or would Bengals fans be upset? Call overturned. Broncos football. Good move, Sean. Good move. 1st and 10, and a run for McLaughlin, a gain of 1. Hand up. I wasn't a fan of the challenge, but worked out. Good job, Sean. That's why they pay you, not me.
Yep, correct.
2nd and 9.
That's why we're sitting in a studio.
That's why I'm holding a helmet while you hold a play sheet. $20 added to the helmet. 2nd and 9. Come on.
Come on.
You're right where you want to be. It's the Bengals defense that needs to stop you. That defense sucks. Under center, Nick's fake pitch rolling to his right, throwing, and it's Adam Trotman getting about 4 yards, and we're going to have 3rd and medium. 3rd down. The clock will get under 4 minutes before this ball is snapped. Here we go. 2,100 people tuned in. Sub for a 1st down. Let's go. Crowd is loud. I can hear from here. Play clock is winding down. 8 seconds. Knicks barking out commands. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Snap is off. Knicks on 3rd and 4. Looking. Has time. Rolling to his left. Run. And he's going to get the 1st down. Great play, Bo. Defender in his face. Gets past him. Gets the 1st. Right there. That's what could be the play that sends Denver to the playoffs. Not to bring up my ex, but no way Russell Wilson gets that 1st down. He would have been tackled right there, and Denver would have punted. I don't know why that thought just popped in my head, but it did.
Still thinking about your ex?
A little. 1st and 10, just across the 50. Only one timeout for the Bengals. Handoff. Gain of 3. 3.5. Cincinnati will have to be delicate when they call this timeout. Do they want to save it for their offense? They want to use it now to preserve more time? And if you're Denver, you are snapping this ball with 3 seconds on the play clock. 2nd and 8 coming up. Nix under center from the Cincinnati 48-yard line. Play action, looking to pass. Oh, God. Screen to Javonte, and he's dropped for a loss of 5. Flag? Flag is thrown. It's going to be 3rd and 13. And it looks like it's going to be against Denver, which I think will be declined. Ineligible man downfield. Offensive line just got on their horse too quickly. Yeah, decline. Waste it down. Take the 5-yard difference. So now it's 3rd down. That seems a little bit ticky-tacky. That looks like most screens to me. 3rd and 15. I'll tell you what I'm not doing. I'm not just playing for the clock here. Go for the 1st down. Like, 40 seconds is not going to be the difference maker for Joe Burrow in a 2-minute drill with a timeout. There's some confusion on the clock right now. All the referees are convening. No, they declined the penalty. It's 3rd and 15. It's 3rd down. Yeah. It kind of buys Denver some time. Third and 15. I'm going for the whole enchilada. If this ball is not going to go 15 yards, I'm not interested. Nix lining up in shotgun at his own 46. Takes the snap, 4-man rush, sprinting to his right, throwing over the middle. It's intercepted. It's intercepted, and the return is going to get out to the Bengals 42. Looks like Jermaine Pratt came up with the interception. I know that seems like a nail in the coffin. It really isn't. It's just like a bad punt, I say. You know, he threw it 15 yards. I'd say it's like the difference of a bad punt and then they have like an extra 20 seconds. It's not a backbreaker. He tries to get it. I think his arm, actually, I don't think that ball had a chance. His arm kind of gets hit a little bit on the release, but I don't think release or not impacted it. So 1st and 10 for the Bengals at their own 41-yard line. Snap to Burrow. He'll look to pass. Climbs the pocket, throwing over the middle. Has Jamar Chase wide open. Chase going all the way down to the 21-yard line. They had done such a great job of containing him, and there's the moment. Denver has 2 timeouts. Yeah. Where the fuck is PS2 on that play? 1st and 10, bad guys, at the 2-minute warning. Denver has 2 timeouts. So let's talk about perfect world here. They run it, stop, timeout. They run it, stop, timeout. They run it. You can't stop the clock anymore. Probably takes the clock down to about 1:15. Each play takes an average of 5 seconds. So 5 seconds for the first play, 5 seconds on the second play. You're at 1:50. 5 seconds for the third player at minute 45, and then subtract 40 seconds for the play clock going all the way down. And what's the math? You're at a minute 15, something like that, minute 05? Minute 05. And then let's say the field goal takes 5 seconds, just to keep math easy. We're looking at a minute with no timeouts down 2017. That's like best realistic case scenario. Sure, takeaway's awesome, but like that's best case scenario if we're being realistic here. Quick shout out to our friends over at Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super fun and super simple to use. All you've got to do is pick more or less on at least 2 players' stat projections for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash during Pickmas. Prize Picks now offers Venmo and MasterCard for quick and easy deposits and withdrawals into your account this season. All you've got to do is download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. All of that information is in the comments and description of today's video. So if you want to have some extra interest while watching the upcoming game after this one, download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. Here we are. I'm not really chalking this situation up to the interception. Let's say they punted. Honestly, them turning it over as quickly as they did might have saved themselves time, right? Had they just punted, that would have been an extra 20 seconds, and then they'd probably still find Jamar Chase for a big gain. So maybe that interception was a blessing in disguise because it saved time for the offense. Right? You just bite the bullet and like jump to the inevitable already of if we're going to turn it over to them, do it as quickly as possible so we can save time for ourselves. 2,300 people tuned in at the moment. Subscribe for a stop here. Let's go. First and 10 for the Bengals at the Broncos 21-yard line. Joe Burrow coming out of the 2-minute warning. Lines up in shotgun. It's a pass. It's completed to Chase Brown, and he goes out of bounds. Clock stops. Denver saved a timeout. Gain of 5, but he goes out of bounds. Well, scrap my whole best case scenario. There's your 5-second play, but the clock stops. So now you go from maybe getting the ball back with a minute to about a minute 35. A bit of a lifeline given to Denver by Chase Brown. And plays like that might be the reason why they're 7-8. Second and 6.
Cade York-Shank could also be out in the open.
Burrow in the gun. You got to figure run here. Just force Denver to use one timeout. No, it's a pass. And it's thrown. Incomplete.
What are they doing?
3rd and 6. That play cost 4 seconds. Minute 51. And Denver still has both their timeouts. At least one will be preserved for the offense.
Another blitz from Baron Browning. He was there too. He was open.
3rd and 6. Please stop him. This is the game. They get a first down, and you start really getting to a tight squeeze of getting the ball back.
This has got to be a run, right?
Burrow takes the snap. It's a 3rd straight pass. Burrow throws, and it's caught. First down. Jamar Chase. Gets 10 yards. It's 1st and goal. Was PS2 on him? What the flying fuck is that? Why is Cody Barton and PJ Locke, their 2 nearest defenders, on 3rd and 6 to Jamar Chase? Denver calls their second timeout now. So they stop the clock with about a minute 45. And I don't want to do the math, but we're talking best case scenario, probably close to 20 seconds. There's a minute 40, minute 39 to be exact, and every second counts right now. The Bengals, they were trying to do everything they could to not win that game. 3 straight passes. If Cincinnati is smart, they will not score a touchdown. Best case scenario, honestly, right now is they score a touchdown in the first play. Just get the ball back to your offense, down 7 with 1:30 and 1 timeout. Let him score. Let him score. Let him score. Let him score. Oh, damn it. Turns out he got the memo. Chase Brown, a little banged up on that play. Hobbling off the field. You're right. We'll see who I think it's going to be. They give the timeout to Denver. I think this will be reversed, and it's going to be Bengals timeout. Yeah, I knew NFL Network was listening to us. I don't think it's really possible humanly, but just pick him up and throw him in the end zone. Yeah. So Denver does preserve a timeout. I think the Bengals are probably just going to kneel it out here, right? We're in a weird predicament of like the Bengals have done an awful job of killing 29 seconds. Like, so far, Denver has burned 1 timeout in 29 seconds coming out of the 2-minute warning. And the Bengals are out of timeouts. So if you kneel it here, it would run it down to about 45 seconds, we'll say. And then they could kneel it again. We could be in trouble. Denver's got timeout still. Okay. Yeah. So Denver could get the ball back with about 35 seconds. We'll say conservatively. Down 3.
And
I say best case scenario is if they run it again, let them in. Just matador that.
Yep.
Entrez-vous.
Well, they might do the same exact thing that Chase Brown did, though.
They might, but that's no different than them kneeling it. I don't think, if I were Denver, I wouldn't put a single defender out there. I don't think legally you can do that. I'd put all 11 guys at the back of the end zone like they're security guards. Have them face the crowd. Although they might run around for a while. Okay. Don't go to that extreme. But they're probably just going to get it where Cade York wants it. The kicker. Oh, he's definitely missing. It's a quarterback sneak. Are the Bengals? Touchdown. What are they doing? We'll take it. I can't believe this. Is Zach Taylor in his fantasy football championship game? He just gave Denver an opportunity. Had they just kneeled it, the Broncos would have burned their last timeout. They could have QB sneaked down the next play, and if it's touchdown, cool. If it's not, Denver has no timeouts, and then you kick a field goal with 30 seconds. If I were Denver, I'd rather have this situation than be down 3 points with no timeouts in 30 seconds. Why did the Bengals?
This is so weird.
I think Zach Taylor had Joe Burrow on his team in his fantasy football championship.
1:29, and Denver has a timeout. That is plenty of time.
Scoring at So Denver's going to have 90 seconds and 1 timeout. Honestly, if I told you that coming out of the 2-minute warning, you'd probably take that over 30 seconds, no timeout, and needing a field goal to tie. Here we go.
I'm astonished.
Yeah.
How about another bomb to Marvin Mims?
Dial up something big here. Minute 29. Comes down to this. The path of Denver getting in, if they lose today and then lose next week, is slim to none unless 4 other teams lose their remaining games. which I don't think is a good thing to bet on. Grant Claycomb. Grant, thank you for your super. Just a little high-strung at the moment. I think you can understand why. Also, please don't take this out of the end zone. Save the time. Don't trade 5 seconds for 5 more yards. Thank you. Fireworks? Yeah. Here we go. This is it, boys and girls. Bo Nix, the rookie, with an opportunity to be the most popular man in Denver. And he's 70 yards away from pushing this team into the postseason. Pray to whatever God you believe in. 1st and 10 for Denver. Bo Nix in the gun. Takes the snap. Climbing the pocket. Rolling to his left. Pump fakes. He'll run with it. And Nix with his legs gets 7 yards. We'll take it. If we're trading 7 yards for 7 seconds with a minute 22, I'll make that deal over and over again. You got 1 timeout remaining. What I would hate to see is that timeout has to be used on a sack. You want to keep that timeout so you can attack the middle of the field. 2nd and 4 from the 37-yard line. Snap to Bo. Max protection. Nix pump fakes. Nix looking. Bo throwing. Caught. Sutton. First down. First down, Denver. Big throw to Courtland Sutton on the sideline. Clock stop. 7-second play. Great throw by Nix. Maybe a better catch by Courtland. Yep, that's a catch. That's a catch. About a gain of 15.
Petey, he was playing basketball. He boxed him out to catch that ball.
They're at the Cincinnati 49-yard line. 1st and 10. Takes the snap. Bo throwing over the middle. Caught Courtland Sutton.
Let's go.
Gain of 14.
Let's go.
Minute counting.
Let's go.
Save that timeout. Save that timeout. Slow down. 2 big throws between Nix and Sutton. The ball sits at the Cincinnati 35. Nix in the gun. Takes the snap. Has time. Throws. Caught. Get out of bounds.
Get out of bounds.
Don't fight for an extra yard. Damn it, Lucas. Get out of bounds. 2nd down. We can't trade 15 seconds for 4 yards. Get out of bounds.
Come on. Hurry
It's 2nd and 6.
Hurry up.
Snap it, Bo. Snap with 25 and counting. Nix throwing deep. Left sideline.
Oh.
Ooh, looking for Sutton, but I don't think it was there. It was an ambulance pass. And now it's 3rd and 7 with 21 seconds. I think you attack the middle of the field and you call a timeout, and then you have 2 cracks at the end zone. Maybe 3.
It was kind of there.
Yeah, he would have paid a price if he caught it. 3rd and 7, I think you try and get something over the middle because you know that Cincinnati is paranoid of giving up the big play, and they're more likely to give up something short over the middle, get the 1st down, and then with 15 seconds or so, you got 2 to 3 cracks at the end zone. That's got to be the game plan here. Snap to Bo. Throw is caught. Javonte Williams got to call timeout. Call timeout. Call timeout. Call timeout. It's 4th and 1. Okay, you can do a couple of things here. You can, 1, just throw it to the end zone. You can, 2, try and get something sideline, 1st down, or you could throw it over the middle and maybe spike it. With 14 seconds left, I think you can throw something 10 yards down the field, spike it. Yeah, he's touched. It's a good catch, by the way, by Javonte Williams. I think priority 1 is try to find something quick out of bounds, which you know the Bengals are going to be defending. It may just come down to get the 1st down because they'll give you something over the middle and spike it. Almost like a run might not be the worst thing here. I know that sounds dumb, But if you get the first and you spike it.
Bo Nix rush.
Yeah.
Quick,
Quarterback
quick,
run.
Get down.
Right.
Get snap.
No timeouts for either side. 4th and 1. Here's the game. Bo takes the snap. He'll roll to his right. He'll throw it to the end zone. Good! Yes! Marvin Mims! Marvin Mims! Oh my goodness! Marvin Mims on 4th and 1! Denver! 2-point conversion away from winning the game! Marvin Mims climbs the ladder with 2 defenders and he holds it in! It's a touchdown. I think it's a touchdown. Oh, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. It's a touchdown. No, it doesn't hit the ground, but it's moving, so they will say he had possession while he was still in bounds before he got out of bounds. Don't do this. This is a touchdown. Don't overthink it, guys. Don't. He's got it. He's holding on to it. He's down. When you're in the end zone, you can't fumble in the end zone. Meaning, like, the moment you have possession, it's over, right? No. He's down right there. The moment he's down with possession, it doesn't matter what happens after that. It's not like it's in the field of play. It's not close. Shut the fuck up, Gene. This is a touchdown. Now, the question becomes, do you go for 2 or do you kick the extra point, Reed? Right? If you kick the extra point, you kind of come down to a coin flip. And your offense, while it has done better in the 4th quarter, it might be easier for them to get 2 yards now than win the coin toss, keyword win, and score on it. This is a touchdown. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Yes! Let's go. Touchdown, Marvin Mims.
Go for 2.
Touchdown, Marvin Mims. He saved the season potentially. 2 touchdowns in the 4th quarter. They're going to go for the extra point. Okay. They kind of rethought it. Good.
Oh my God.
Marvin frickin' Mims. 4th and 1, and Bo Nix with ice in his veins throws a great ball, and Marvin Mims is the most popular man on the sideline. His 2nd touchdown of the game of the quarter, and Denver, with a minute 31 and 1 timeout, pulled it off, and we got bonus football. We're going to go to overtime, and Denver is going to be if we get a tie, I can't compute that. I'd rather lose than tie. If they tie, I have no idea what that means for the playoffs. If they tie and lose next week and they finish like 9-7-1, actually tie might not be bad. Because if they're 9-7-1, that's better win percentage wise than anyone 9-8. I think tie actually is very good for Denver. Well, win's great, but tie they could lose next week and still be okay.
Holy cow.
Yeah, I think win or tie they are in because it was Denver had to lose the last 2 games. Someone smarter than me, let me know, but I'm pretty sure tie they're in. We're about to become Europeans cheering for ties. 3,400 people tuned in. Hit that sub button. Let's go. Bo Nix. Statement drive right there potentially if Denver can pull this off. Bengals they're going to kneel it out, as they should.
Holy shit.
All right, here we go. We're going to go to overtime. Bengals must win. Denver clinches a postseason berth with a win or a tie. And I'm not 100% positive on the tie part, but I'm pretty sure at 9-7-1, no one could surpass them with a 9-8 record. 3,100 people tuned in at the moment. Sub for dubs here. If you want a playoff game for the first time since Santa Clara, hit that sub button down below. Overtime coming up. Ooh, we got kicker versus backup quarterback for the coin toss. What would you call? I'm a heads guy. Denver will get the call as the away team. If a team maintains possession for all 10 minutes, they win the game. Is that what I just heard? Heads. Heads is the call. Oh! Fuck, it's tails. That's not what we want. Oh. Tails. You know, I'm actually okay with the extra point and not the 2-point conversion at the end of the game there. I do wonder if, like, would the coach make a different decision if they were told you're going to lose the coin toss? Or is it not so much about the coin toss, but just they don't want it to come down to one play for 2 yards? All right. Quick TV timeout here. Quick self-plug, if you will. After this game's over, we're going to do a raffle for a Patrick Surtain jersey. Send in any Super Chat amount. I don't care. Any Super Chat amount, and you get added to that raffle. Let's get some good vibes going right now. Let's spam D. Spam D for Denver. I'm going to pick someone out of the chat for a free raffle entry. But Super Chat any amount, and we guarantee a spot in the raffle. Spam D. Let's go. Spam D. Just raise morale here off that coin toss. One stop. Ball back. Lutz has been money this year. Spam D. Let's go. Let's go. Everyone watching right now. I can see there's 3,200. Scratch that. 3,303 of you watching. We have 806 likes. Like the video. Let's get to 1,000 likes right now. Spam D. Feeling good. Feeling good. Defense. Make a stop. Pat Surtain. Jonathan Cooper. Nick Bonito. Need the stars right now. We're going to pause the chat after this Bud Light commercial. No free ads. Okay. Pause it in 3, 2, 1. Pause it. Time and the Buckeye. Very fitting. We'll catch up on a few super chats here. Please, defense. Stop for the postseason. I don't want to do the mental gymnastics of what happens if they don't win this game. Don't want to do that. Don't make me do that. Stop and then score. Up and down golf, right? Chip and putt. Stop and score. Stop and score. The Chiefs are going to be in a cross. Like, do they want to keep Denver out of the postseason or keep Cincinnati out of the postseason next week? Return for the Bengals gets across the 10, out to the 20, and stopped at the 27-yard line. Only 10 minutes in an overtime period. The interception might have been the best thing that ever happened to the Broncos. It saved them time, which they, needed at the end there. Came down to the last 15 seconds of the game. Marvin Mims, the last guy you'd expect to go out and win a jump ball over 2 defenders, and he does it exactly. 1st and 10. We'll run through some of these supers, Reed. Burrow at his own 26 takes the snap. Throws right side is Mike frickin' Gesicki. Gain of 10. I don't know. Gronk suited up today. 1st and 10, bad guys. Working on Brandon Jones, I believe. First and 10. Thank you, Bulwark. Jermaine, appreciate you. Randy, thank you. Along with Derek and Jermaine. 1st and 10, Bengals at their own 36. Snap to Burrow. Climbing, running with it. Burrow, with his flag is thrown, gets 5 or 6. But flag on the play, we'll see what it is. And the crowd cheer makes me believe it might be against Denver. Illegal contact. What is going on with the illegal contacts today? Damari Mathis, get off the field. It's 1st down and 10. Burrow in shotgun. Hands it off. Run to the left. And Riley Moss making a nice tackle. Limits the gain to just a few yards. Chase Brown, remember, got injured right at the end of the 4th quarter. He did not take that handoff. He is on the sideline without a helmet, so I don't think we're going to see him the rest of the game. 2nd and 7. Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap. He is sacked. Down he goes. Zach Allen. Loss of 6. 3rd and long. There we go. The number 1 team in the country at sacks. And it comes up again with their 6th of the day. Third and 14. Bengals at their own 43-yard line. Snap to Burrow. 3rd and long. Burrow looking. Burrow is down he goes. Loss of just 1, but it doesn't matter. It's sack number 7, and Denver's defense does their job. And now the Broncos are going to be a field goal away from punching their ticket to the playoffs for the first time since you know when. It's a coverage sack. No one's open. Coverage sack right there. Kudos to the DBs. I think Zach Allen came up with it again. Want to move the names over? Marvin Mims fields the punt with a fair catch at the 10-yard line. 6:43 remaining in overtime. Tie, and I'm pretty sure Denver clinches a playoff spot. I'm looking for confirmation on that. Zach Allen, by the way, is the player of the game. First and 10 for Denver's offense. Nix under center. It's a run for McLaughlin. He only gets a yard. Maybe not even. Yep, a tie puts Denver in the playoffs. 2nd and 9. With 6 minutes of counting, like I know this is loser talk, but try and kill some clock here. Second and 9 from the 11. Nix in the gun. Takes the snap. Bo throwing to Mims, and Mims, face mask, nothing? No? Okay. Gain of like 2. 3rd and 7 coming up. Thought he might have got his face mask on the tackle in the flat. Wait, horse collar? Fine, whatever. So 3rd and 6 now. 3rd and 6. 5.5 and counting. Both teams have 2 timeouts. Sub for a first down here. Come on. Nix takes a shotgun snap. Bo throwing deep. Left sideline. He's got him. Oh, he overthrew Franklin. Oh, it would have been a gain of 30 plus. Denver goes 3 and out. He had him. He had him. Bengals are a field goal away from winning the game and keeping their playoff hopes. So, I'm not mad at Bo. He played great the second half and whatnot, but damn it. Game of inches. And that was probably 6 inches too long. Punt return. No, don't throw a flag. Sermon, don't fuck me again. Not after the Chargers game. It's a bad punt. So, sidebar, Riley Dixon done after this year. I don't think he's, moved the needle once for me this entire season. That should be a penalty if we're going by the letter of the law. Smith kind of pulls up, though. Maybe a bit of a dodge bullet for Denver. But the Bengals will have 1st and 10 at their own 46. Bengals kicker Cade York, really long, strong leg, not accurate. Do with that information what you will. Snap to Burrow. His pass is caught by Higgins. T gets about 6 yards. Let's watch Pat Surtain this entire series. Does he just completely shadow Jamar Chase? Hey, here's the play call for everyone else. PS2, you're on man-to-man with Chase, and everyone else has a different play call than you. 2nd and 4. Kind of looks that way. Snap to Burrow. His pass completed right side. Mike Gesicki, and he gets yards after the catch. Gets about 10 yards on 2nd and 4, maybe even more than that. And they are inside field goal range, and a field goal would win it. Remember, Cade York, notoriously inaccurate. He converted less than 80% of his field goals 2 years ago for the Browns, in his only season as a team's true starter from start to finish. Denver just called their first timeout with 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Come on. Cade York. Miss it. Miss it. Miss it. Sub for a miss. Sub for a stop. Sub for something good. 1st and 10. They're at the Denver 36. From here, it'd be a 46, 54-ish yarder, 53-ish yarder. 1st and 10. Oh, false start. False start on Higgins. False start on T. And that'll make it 1st and 15, and that'll push it back to about a 58, 59-yard field goal. Higgins, costly fumble potentially, and now a false start. First and 15. 3,600 people watching. Get us to 1,000 likes. We're 100 away. Joe Burrow in shotgun. Here's the snap. Burrow throwing over the middle. It's caught Higgins, and it's a gain of 20. Gain of 20. I mean, there's no solution to this. You can't put Surtain on Higgins. He needs to guard Chase. And Riley Moss has just been burnt today. So much for making them pay for that mistake. 1st and 10. They're at the Denver 23-yard line. It would be a 40-ish yarder from here. I just got a whole lot closer. About a 6-yard run on 1st and 10. It's Khalil Herbert, the former Bears running back, filling in for Chase Brown. I don't really know why Payton's calling these timeouts. Like, you don't need to worry about winning this game. If it's a tie because the kicker misses, you advance. So I would say that timeout for icing the kicker. Right? If they were to miss the field goal, who cares about preserving time for your offense? Just run out the clock. Which, it would be a lot lower than 3:30 if you did not use these 2 timeouts. We'd be nearly at the 2-minute warning. And then you can almost kneel it out to win the game. Well, not to win the game, but to clinch a playoff spot with a tie. It's a little pathetic, but it gets you in. 2nd and 2 now. Under center, Burrow hands it off, and a run for Herbert is going to get bottled up. They're what, at the 15-yard line? It would be, here comes the kicker, Cade York, on 3rd and 3. 15, 25, about a 32-yard field goal here. I want to risk fumbling? I don't know. There's no timeouts. It comes down to this. This is it, boys and girls. This is to win the game. 33-yarder for Cade York and the Bengals in overtime. Miss it, miss it, miss it. York is off the upright. No good. No good. He pushed it left. Off the upright. No good. Oh, my God. I told you he was inaccurate. And now Denver is just 2 minutes and 43 seconds away from winning. Pushed it left, off the upright, no good. Let's go. Cade York strikes again. Just
run this ball out.
Now the Bengals are going to use their timeouts. Force them. Run it twice, and then on 3rd down you can decide if you want to run or pass. Once again, if you are just tuning in, tie, Denver clinches a playoff spot. Tie, and Denver clinches a playoff spot. That's not speculation, that's fact. 1st and 10. Nix hands it off. 2 hands on the football for Estime. Gets about 3.5 yards. And then the Bengals are going to call their first time out of overtime. They have 1 remaining now.
Oh, my God.
Cade freaking York. Oh, he's practicing kicks. Cade, sit the fuck down, dude. You think they're going to try you again?
Man, Joe Burrow. Team letting him down. Ew.
Ugh. Let's go. Come on. We are Europeans, baby. We are cheering for a tie. Maybe the EPL has it right all along. 2nd and 7. Kenny Cab with a $2 super. Tie, and we're talking playoffs. Throw to the right. Mims. Catch. Loss of 1. It'll be 3rd and 8. Bengals call their final timeout. We got Matthew Hancock. It's good to see you, Mr. Hancock. So there will be a 2-minute warning in overtime. There is a 2-minute warning. And that would stop the clock and give Joe Burrow the ball back if Denver does not pick up the first down. If the Broncos pick up the first down here, they can kneel it out. They're 9 yards away from winning. Not winning the game, but it would be like winning the game. clinching a playoff spot with a tie. 3rd and 9. I don't know if you run or pass here. There's pros and cons to both. I'd pass. I'd go down swinging and not give Burrow another crack at it. I'd pass. This ball's got to go to 14. Snap to Nix. Throwing, incomplete. That's the risk you run. You save some time for the Bengals now. I'd much rather go down that way than run it, accept your fate of punting. And sure, you kill 29 seconds because it would go to the 2-minute warning, and then give Burrow the ball. I don't think 29 seconds is going to make or break Joe in this case. No, you do not go for it. You do not go for it. You trust your defense. Ed, thank you for your super. Dixon, give me one good punt, please. Oh, he shit the bed. Out of bounds, stopped at the 38-yard line. You know, I know this team needs a new running back and a new tight end. I might just skip the line and go punter round 1. Just go full Raiders on this thing. Yeah, Matthew. Cade York, he is true to the team that drafted him. Nix to Williams for a big-ass touchdown run to win. I mean, if Denver gets the ball back, they just kneel it out. So unless it's a pick 6, there is no Denver score coming. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Sub for dubs here. Come on. We got 4,100 people tuned in. Our biggest watch party of the year. Hit that subscribe button if you're with me. 1st and 10. Snap to Burrow. Burrow throwing deep over the middle, and it's caught. Josevich getting about 15 or so yards, and that will take us to the 2-minute warning. I don't know how you handle this if you're Zach Taylor. Like, do you put your faith at all in your kicker again? Right? If you find yourself in a position where you're kicking a field goal, do you just go for it instead? Here we go. Keep the subs rolling. Let's keep the good mojo going. If you're Denver, I just think right now you are playing for pray he misses the field goal. Like, sure, your pass rush has been ferocious. Get a sack, push him back, all that good stuff. But I would be very weary of playing up close press and potentially giving up the big play. You just saw him miss, 33-yarder. I'd rather go down if he makes a 50-yard field goal than giving them a crack at Jamar Chase for a walk-off touchdown. How many times have we seen Burrow and Chase link up for a huge play? Usually I'm in the mindset of don't give up the soft yards, but that's because usually teams have a good kicker. That's not the case here. I test that kicker again. And if he makes it, you can sleep better at night than knowing, wow, we let him off the hook because we were so afraid of the kicker we gave up a 50-yard touchdown pass. Danny, appreciate your comments in the chat. 4,300 people tuned in right now. Let's get it going here. Come on, defense. Ball sits at the Denver 47. Joe Burrow sitting in shotgun. No timeouts remaining for either side. Snap to Burrow. Pitches to the left. Khalil Herbert cuts up field, and he has 10 yards and a first down. Shut up, Siri. About a gain of 15. It's all right. About a 47-yard field goal from this spot right now. First and 10. Burrow in shotgun at the Denver 35. Pass. Incomplete. Looking for Chase. PS2 in coverage. 2nd and 10. Minute 14. If this game ends in a tie, Denver advances to the playoffs. They clinch a playoff spot, and every other bottom feeder in the AFC is eliminated. Win, and obviously that's the case. Tie goes to the Broncos when it comes to clinching a playoff spot. Yeah, PS2 is limpy out there right now. 2nd and 10, he's lining up over Chase. Let's see if Burrow notices that. Snap to Joe from the Denver 35. Burrow throwing deep left sideline. It's caught T. Higgins inside the 10. It's a beautiful, beautiful throw and a beautiful catch. Does he have that first foot down when he catches it?
I don't know.
His second, is that right foot down when he catches it? Because the right foot never comes back down again. So we got to look here. The moment he catches it, right now, I think his toes are still down. Oh, my God. Right, you got to freeze frame it the moment he catches it. Right there, that's a catch. It's 1st and goal from about the 4-yard line. I don't think the Bengals are even going to try and kick the field goal. They're going to try to score a touchdown. Yeah, Cade York would miss the kick anyway. And he's out of a job after tonight anyway. They're going to run it. The tough thing is they have no timeouts. So they can't dilly-dally too much if they don't get in the end zone. 1st and goal from the 4-yard line. Snap to Burrow. His pass is caught, touchdown T. Higgins. That's game. Bengals win. Bengals win. Cincinnati wins in overtime. And Week 18 just became must-win for Denver. I don't even know if mad is the appropriate reaction. Fucking Riley Moss in coverage. We just witnessed an all-time game. And the Bengals just made a lot of really impressive plays with their really good players. That's really deflating. They were so close so many times to winning this game. And it's hard to put blame on the offense or defense because both sides made great plays at times and great stops, right? You had Marvin Mims on 4th and 1 put this game into overtime. How can you blame the offense? You had a defense come up with sack after sack after sack after sack. How can you put this on the defense? I don't think this really is a game where you walk away and you go, we got to blame someone. I know that's what your natural reaction is. I think you walk away from this game going, just play an absolute classic of a game. And if Denver made 100 plays, the Bengals made 101. And unfortunately, that last one was the difference maker. Because every single yard the Bengals got was hard fought. They just have some really good players that made some big-time plays for them. That's why I'm not, infuriated or anything like that. So now you get focused for Kansas City. And we'll run through the playoff scenarios and whatnot. Bengals are now 8-8. And Denver, we'll run through the playoff options in a moment, but just raw reaction to that one is, damn. That really sucks. So, 8-8. Cincinnati. I know the reaction I'm seeing in the chat is blame Riley Moss. And listen, he did not have a good game today. There were some plays that the receivers made on him that I don't know if even Pat Surtain would have had a different outcome on. Like T. Higgins, his 2 touchdown catches were just really good throws and catches, guys. They weren't just easy layups, and Riley Moss looked like Levi Wallace out there. No, I'm not saying he played well, but I don't know many other corners that would have played much better in that spot. One guy had to take down Jamar Chase, which meant someone to be stuck on T. Higgins. And it's a pick your poison with those 2 receivers. Bo Nix, I thought, he showed us something that we hadn't seen, really, right? And that's the ability, with ice in his veins, to drive down the field and put up a game-tying touchdown. I'm not going to be critical of the decision to kick the extra point. If Denver had gone for 2 and not gotten it, everyone would have been mad at them for going for 2. So, I really don't come out of this game going like, man, we have some major work to do. You made a lot of really good plays on both sides of the football. They just made some few more. That's all I got. I think you could be fairly critical of the play calling and the conservativeness from Sean Payton. We didn't see a whole lot of vertical attacks, and everything was pretty short, and Nick showed the ability when he hooked up with Marvin Mims not once but twice to go deep, and man, it makes you wonder if they had done that earlier in the game, what could have been a different result. But this game was probably lost after Cade York missed the field goal, and you didn't make it count. You didn't get the first down to put the game away. You were 10 yards away against a bad Bengals defense, and you gave Joe Burrow the ball back. And that right there was probably the point of no return. That's where you lost the game. Kenny Cab. Yeah, I mean, since he definitely... Cade York missed a 33-freaking-yard field goal, and they still won in overtime. Raiders, enjoy your 6th overall draft pick. Get ready to learn Will Campbell. Storm chasing. Worse than the Chiefs' loss. That's a good way of looking at it, and honestly, I don't think you're wrong. No, I would say the Chiefs' loss is worse. Chiefs' loss is worse. We're going to do our raffle, and then we'll get in our post-game show. That sound good to everyone? Damn. So, here's the playoff sitch. Can you put the playoff picture on while you move everything over, please? I can't believe this. Here's what we have in front of us. Yep. Oh, I got to really update it. Denver's 9-7. Sorry, everyone. Just one moment. Okay. Hit spacebar. So here's what we got going on. Same thing is true as this week. Denver wins against the Chiefs, who are likely going to play their backups, but I'm not in a spot to be uberly confident about even beating Carson Wentz after the last 2 weeks, just given the pressure that seems to be melting this team down. They beat the Chiefs, they clinch a playoff spot, and we don't have to worry about any of this. If they lose, the only way they get in is the following. The Bengals lose to the Steelers in Week 18. Plausible. The Colts lose one of the next 2 games and finish with the same record. The Dolphins lose the next 2 games. If the Colts, Broncos, and Dolphins all finish 9-8, the head-to-head tiebreaker over Indianapolis is out the door, and the Colts make the playoffs. That is what we have going on here. If the Bengals and the Colts lose out and the Dolphins finish 9-8 with the Broncos, Miami is in the postseason. The only way Denver gets in with a loss to the Chiefs is if Indianapolis and Miami finish the year 0-2 and Cincinnati finishes 8-9 with a loss to the Steelers. So don't even really entertain the idea of we could still lose and get in. There's way too many combinations that need to happen for that. I look at next week as a must-win game. Even if mathematically it's not, which maybe it will be after this Sunday, if Miami and Indianapolis win, take care of business against Carson Wentz. We're going to do a full post-game show and breakdown on this here. I do have to show everyone the names we have for our Pat Surtain jersey raffle, which would have been really fun to do after a win. And ultimately, that's not the case. But those are all the names we have in it. Let's send, what do we have here? Duckies, maybe? Okay, send the Duckies. And then we'll do my post-game show. All right. 3, 2, 1, send them. Oh, not this jacket again from Kurt Warner. He wore it last year. I was like, am I the only one that wondered why he's wearing that? Urban figure, Knicks can't hit wide open Franklin for the 6th time this season. Remember when he did and Franklin dropped it in the end zone? Was it the Steelers game? No, which game? It was early in the year. Yeah, I mean, that was a missed opportunity. I don't think Bo played outstanding today, but he made some big plays in that last drive, and that's really the one that sticks to my head the most. 1 furlong left. Who's going to win the Pat Surtain jersey raffle? Okay, 10 seconds left. Ooh, we have some movement. I think CPJ might pass CPJ. Yeah, CPJ just passed CPJ. CPJ, thank you for your super chat. And email me at the bottom just so I can get you that jersey. Okay. Are we ready? Here we go. Let's break down this loss. We'll quickly go into the playoff picture, Reed. All right. Here we go. Broncos lose to the Bengals 30-24, and it makes Week 18 a must-win game, in my opinion. We'll run through all the playoff combinations in just a moment, but my instant reaction to this game is 99% of the time when your team loses, your instant reaction is to find someone on your team to blame, right? In this case, I think you look at this as an all-time game that Denver just came up a little bit shorted. And I know that's loser talk, but I'm really struggling to blame the offense when the offense put together a 90-second drive to put the game into overtime. And I'm really struggling to blame the defense when Zach Allen in that pass rush had 6 or 7 sacks. So I'm left wondering, maybe it's just more of the Bengals had some insane plays they made. And we can look at specific moments like Denver's inability to pick up a first down after Cade York missed a field goal to essentially put the game over with a tie. I mean, that's a fair thing to look at. We could talk about Riley Moss having probably the worst game of his NFL career at a bad time, but he played T. Higgins, and what was the alternative? Put Pat Surtain on Higgins so that Riley Moss would be on Jamar Chase? I know everyone is rushing to point the finger and is mad, and I get that. I'm with you. I really am. I look at this as this was an all-time game, and Denver just came up a little bit short. So let's talk about the playoff picture now. Here's where things stand. Denver, win, and you're in against the Chiefs in Week 18. The good news is Kansas City has nothing to play for. They've clinched the 1 seed, so they are simply going to rest their starters in my eyes and go with Carson Wentz and company. But I still don't think that's an obvious, easy layup for the Broncos to just simply stroll through over the Chiefs, right? They have really let the moment and the pressure the last 2 weeks get to them because they have really shot themselves in the foot multiple times with great positioning and a lead the last 2 weeks and couldn't quite overcome that. So I don't look at next week as, don't worry, guys. Chiefs are resting their starters. Should be an easy win. Pump the brakes on that thought. So with that, let's look at doomsday scenario. Can Denver get in with a loss? Technically, the answer is yes. Here's what happens. If the Bengals win against the Steelers next week and the Broncos lose, and the Colts and the Dolphins both lose one of their last 2 games, then it's simply Denver and Cincinnati finishing 9-8, and the Bengals have the head-to-head tiebreaker. If the Broncos and Colts are the only two teams finished with a 9-8 record, then it's Denver over Indianapolis because they have the head-to-head tiebreaker. Where it gets complicated is if the Broncos and two other teams finish 9-8, then head-to-head tiebreaker goes out the window. So if it's Denver, Cincinnati, and Indianapolis all 9-8, it's the Colts that get in. If it's Denver and Miami 9-8, well, then Miami gets in because of a better AFC record or something like that. So don't try and play this, what if the Broncos don't beat the Chiefs, can they still get in? They will need a lot of help that I simply don't see coming because the Colts are going to play two bad teams to close the year, and the Bengals are hot right now. So let's not even think about that. Focus on Kansas City, win that game, and you are in, and you are playing most likely the Buffalo Bills. Obviously, you robbed yourself an opportunity to clinch a playoff spot today, but furthermore, you absolutely robbed yourself a chance of moving up in the seeding. You are stuck at 7, even if you win and other teams lose in Week 18. So that's the playoff picture after that loss. Let's talk about the game as a whole right now. Bo Nix. What's going on at the play calling with Nix? There's nothing vertical, except when they do go vertical, it's kind of there. Marvin Mims, the first touchdown in the fourth quarter for himself. On 4th and 1, all of a sudden it feels like a lack of trust has been put in place between Payton and Nix, and everything is what we saw at Oregon. Like dink and dunk, and that was the biggest knock against him. And then that knock, that stereotype got shaken off from that weeks 3 to 10 stretch, right? Where he was looking like the NFL Rookie of the Year. And then the last couple of games, I can't wait to kind of rewatch the game and look at the passing chart, but it feels like everything is so close to the line of scrimmage until it's desperation time. And then they find something with him going deep or long to Cortland Sutton, and you're wondering, why aren't they doing this earlier? So can we start getting some trust back in Nix? Because the last 2 games, it really hasn't worked with this offense just trying to kill the opponent by getting 2 or 3 yards and making these long drives. It's just very difficult to sustain that over 4 quarters. And I think that's the reason why we have seen Denver flame out the last 2 games, because they can't sustain that model of offense of we're going to get 3 to 4 yards and we're going to slowly march our way down the field. Those are good drives, don't get me wrong. But every once in a while, you kind of need an impact play. And they got those, like Marvin Mims, right? But it came too little too late, it feels like. The ground game is still the ground game. There's no point in getting worked up over it. We saw some good rushes from McLaughlin, like the first play of the game or first play of the offense for themselves, right? Nice 14-yard pickup, and we saw some good flashes. But overall, there's nothing from this ground game that I think makes me believe that they can close out a game. And if you're a longtime viewer of the channel, you might remember my biggest fear about a month ago was if Denver finds himself in a situation where they have to run the football to close out the game, and they can't, and they punt it to the other team, and they win the game, that was going to keep me. That is what's going to keep me up at night. Exactly what we just saw. It was more or less a playoff game for the Bengals, which made it a playoff game for the Broncos. And they had the opportunity to just pick up 10 yards on the ground, put it away, tie, and you kind of win because you secure a playoff spot. And they have no ground game that a defense respects to pick up 10 yards on 3 straight runs. So they're left to pass. And on passes, bad things can happen. Incomplete, interceptions. And that's what happened. Sutton had a strong game after a quiet start, just not getting any targets really for the most part, but 5 grabs, 55 yards. He had an awesome touchdown as well. Marvin Mims, player of the game for Denver without a doubt. And if there is a silver lining, it's, hey, I think Marvin Mims might be a guy. Like, I don't think he's just a guy. I think he might be a real part of this offense after kind of just getting lost in the mix for the first half of the season. He was getting out-snapped by Troy Franklin and Devon Vele, and now he looks like this team's number 2 wide receiver. 8 grabs, 103 yards, and 2 big touchdowns, including the last one, to put it in overtime. And I want to talk about overtime next and this defense and the decision not to go for 2 at the end of the game. But first, I do want to give a quick shout out to our friends over at Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash during Pickmas. Prize Picks puts their members first, so all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. When my picks hit, I can get my money in as quick as 15 minutes. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. All of that information is in the comments and description of today's video. So if you want to have some extra interest while watching the games tomorrow, download the Prize Picks app today and use that code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. Let's talk about Denver's defense now. In my eyes, they gave up 24 points. Right? They played 4 quarters. They gave up 24 points. All things considered, if I told you before the game that Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins and Chase Brown score, and by the way, when did Mike Gesicki turn into like a morph of Travis Kelce and Gronkowski? Like, all things considered, 24 points, I'll take it. Sure, the defense was a bend, don't break. They gave up a ton of yards. The Bengals were just marching down the field, and if they converted on a couple of fourth quarter attempts early in the game, the score could have been a much bigger blowout for the Bengals. But they didn't convert because Denver's defense made the plays they had to make. Zach Allen was phenomenal. I mean, I was listening to John Gruden a few days ago, and he talked about Denver's defense being the anonymous crush. And I love that nickname because you and I know Zach Allen's been great. Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper have been fantastic, and they're the reason why this team leads the NFL in sacks. But in front of the whole country in a standalone game on NFL Network, everyone learned, like, who's the white guy, 99? Is that like another Watt brother? Nope. It's Zach Allen. He's been doing it all year long, and he's been fan-freaking-tastic. Ultimately, the rubber met the road here when the Bengals just overpowered them. Jamar Chase, we can look at his numbers, and T. Higgins, like 9 grabs, 102 yards. T. Higgins, 10 grabs, 128 yards. I talked about before the game, like, I didn't see a way Denver would win if those two guys put up those numbers. And it was definitely closer than I thought for those numbers. But Mike Gesicki, what the fuck was that? I don't think it's like we have to do some major soul searching. Like, obviously, you're going to review, you're going to learn from this and all that good stuff, and there's corrections and whatnot. But I don't think we need to make radical, swifting changes. Guys, you ran into the NFL Triple Crown leader. You ran into Joe Burrow fighting for a playoff spot, and T. Higgins fighting for his next contract. And you took him to overtime with a minute left. I'm not going to walk out of the studio think the defense screwed the Broncos. No, you just didn't make as many plays as they made. Both teams made incredible plays, right? It was a fun, exciting back-and-forth game from a neutral viewer. Obviously, you and I don't have that same feeling coming out of this, but Denver made 99 plays, Cincinnati made 100. And that last one was the difference maker. So one last time, here's the playoff picture. Win and you're in. Lose, and I don't want to entertain it, but technically you are not out as long as the Bengals lose in Week 18 and the Colts and the Dolphins both lose one of their last 2 games. Actually, if it's just Denver and Indianapolis at 9 and 8, if the Colts win out and no other team wins a game, because the Colts actually need like the Dolphins to make it a 3-way tie or the Bengals to make it a 3-way tie. If it's a 3-way tie between Denver, Indianapolis, and one of the other 2 teams, Indy goes. The only way Miami gets there is if they have 9 and 8 and Denver has 9 and 8 and the Colts and Bengals both lose one more game. Then it's Miami superseding Denver 9 and 8. And the only way the Bengals go is if it's 9 and 8 and the Broncos are 9 and 8 and the Colts and Dolphins, both lose at least one of their last 2 games. But the simplest way of looking at it is beat the Chiefs backups and you're in the playoffs. If you can't beat the Chiefs backups at home, then you're not a playoff team. And sure, it's an all-time choke, but maybe you are what your record says you are at that moment. And you played some tough teams at the end of the season, and you couldn't quite hang with them. And playoff teams should hang with other playoff teams. As for Sean Payton, I'll just leave this last part here. I mean, twice now, like back-to-back games, Denver in the first half against the Chargers in a great spot, and in this game, in overtime, taking over after a missed field goal, a gift from Cade York, and neither time it feels like the team could put it away. And I thought that stigma was shaken, and it seems to be coming back. Urban Figure, hit all these super chats, and then we'll get on out of here. Yeah, that was a bad miss, but it would have been game, that's for sure. Urban, thank you for your super. That will do it for us on our Broncos Bengals watch party. Thank you for all that tuned in for the entirety or for some of it or for the last 5 minutes of it. Try to enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll see you guys later.